got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi.
My name is Etemari Glover.
Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News. Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us, Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part.
Okay.
and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Why are federal lawmakers afraid of revealing details of their salaries and emoluments, despite public outcry and the concerns of well-meaning Nigerians? Why the secrecy? Are the lawmakers a special breed of Nigerians? The debate on the salaries of federal lawmakers has begun again, and in today's news talk on making salaries of federal lawmakers open, I shall be laying the cards on the table in looking at the demerits of this attitude of the lawmakers to shroud their salaries and emoluments in secrecy from the public. I am Bayo Olaoye. It took Senator Sumaila Kawu to bring to the fore once again the controversy over what federal lawmakers actually earn. According to Senator Sumaila Kawu, he is paid a monthly salary of about 1 million naira, but a running cost of 21 million naira, which is meant to ensure that he adequately represents his constituency. This is not a new debate. The lawmakers are either afraid of declaring what they take from the federal coffers because it is out of tune with the pay structure, or because they know that it is an illegality. It is absurd. Continuously been brought up since the return to civil rule in 1999. The closest we got to knowing the truth was when Senator SOUQ Sani, who represented Kaduna in the 8th Assembly, disclosed that he was being paid 1.3 million naira monthly. He was heavily lambasted by his colleagues for exposing their well-guarded secret, and luckily he escaped suspension. However, they came out one after the other to deny the story. Senator SOUQ Sani has again come out after the declaration of Senator Kawu to claim that he had been vindicated. The latest and present disclosure has been similarly disclaimed by the colleagues of Senator Kawu using propaganda, subterfuge, and blackmail. It is surprising that a sector of public officers will want to keep their income, the whole salaries and emoluments, from the public. The whole impasse invited the interventions of the Federal Allocation, Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, FMARC, that said each senator receives 1.6 million naira statutory salaries and allowances monthly, payments that are not be determined. The question is, who fixes the irregular pays? Do they have the right to just allocate public funds to themselves? Why is the executive not doing anything about it? This is one matter, according to legal experts who spoke with me, that must be resolved by the judiciary. On the basis of logistics and ethics, no group of public officers has the right to go outside the constitution in allocating money to itself. It is true that the lawmakers are vested with the power of appropriation, but that is because the drafters of the constitution assume that they will be decent enough to do so in the open and allow other agencies of government to play their roles. The Federal Allocation, Mobilization and Fiscal Commission is empowered by the constitution to fix all salaries and emoluments of all public officers. The argument that the lawmakers need money to run their offices falls flat in the face of current realities and the fact that details of the allowances incorporated into the remuneration has already factored it in. Is it too meager? So much that they require much money? Perhaps, but that will not justify them taking the laws into their hands. What is expected of them is to hold a public hearing at which several segments of the society will participate in scaling up the pay package. Minimum wage is due. There is a process that lawmakers also have to pass through to arrive at the law. We expect the legislators to come out with the whole truth regarding their pays, liaise with the FMARC to realistically review it downwards, as this economy cannot bear the load imposed on it. What Nigeria needs now are patriotic lawmakers ready to sacrifice, not parasitic elements with a sense of entitlements. There was a time when the job was done on a part-time basis. In fact, in the First Republic, federal lawmakers held on to their personal jobs as lawyers, accountants, doctors, engineers, and so on, and only converged on Lagos for a short time to deliberate on developments. They were only paid sitting allowances. Perhaps the time has come to revisit the model. The suggestion of limiting the federal legislature to a unicameral system should now be revisited too. In the American model, is the American model truly too expensive for Nigeria at this point? Should we discard it? As the constitution is now being reviewed for amendment, we suggest that everything regarding structure and cost of governance be brought up. Nigeria is bleeding, and all Nigerians should get involved in stopping the hemorrhage. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kyrie Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Michael Adewale Onofuyi. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuyi and my mother Alice Mimunat Onofuyi. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I had my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985. And up to now, work in the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland dioceses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business. I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry ogede, sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From them, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer, The church has got an accountant, it's got a church, financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own source of living. I've got five of them who are PhD holder. One is in architecture, one is in journalism, one is in music, one is in the medical line. So I've got one is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs that I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church, but the principle is we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling, I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I end up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you leaving? Why are you, young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I'll give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then, and I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, if you are there, they are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first church I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to go and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see, after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there. But God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people, and let people know that with God, everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my passports, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing, and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising, and the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is a sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is, when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against the Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life, because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. So, and I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofie. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to. You see, he said, in this world you will see tribulation. But be of good cheer, because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many things. So, but yes, 2 people will be going, 1 will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ, and the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion, even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually. There's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling. It's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global are not the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it is a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop, or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In a situation we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komalafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, is that you have university chancellors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, AK can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout AK's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflects his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. AK's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. AK is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called
and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us, Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the state. So if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civic responsibility and patriotism by teaching children about the country's history, culture, and values. They will also learn about the courageous acts and symbols of resistance against economic and some social political oppression. Governor Uzodinma was of the view that by understanding our past, we will be better equipped to shape the future. He pointed out that the national unity and inclusivity were paramount in the quest to revive patriotism, adding that Nigeria's diversity should be a source of strength and not a source of weakness, stressing that across all sectors, the government must prioritize policies that ensured social justice for all citizens regardless of their background. Governor Uzodinma stressed that Nigeria must strengthen its national symbols and traditions, pointing out that the national flag and pledge should be recognized and promoted as national symbols and powerful reminders of our collective identity and values. He remarked that Nigeria should restore and promote the old tradition of regular and purposeful use of the anthem and pledge in schools, public institutions, and at community events. Governor Sodima added that the media and public figures played crucial roles in shaping the country's national narrative, stating that Nigerians should work closely with the media to highlight positive stories of patriotism, civic engagement, and national achievement.
Is that the issue of patriotism among citizens is currently on the front burner of conversations on how countries can overcome their challenges and attain greatness. This may have informed the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFI, who recently ordered the Ministry of Information and National Orientation to find ways to raise the feelings of patriotism among Nigerians. Personally, I've read many articles and listened to many commentaries on the issue of declining patriotism among Nigerians. One of such articles, the desertion of Nigeria by Nigerians, lack of patriotism, or a need for a better life.
Governor Zodima pointed out that we also must consider how far the nation was driven by merit in our public and private life, adding that the nation was not lightly merit-driven, which was its major bane. In his remarks, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State commended Governor Ozodima for improving the social, economic well-being of the people of Imo State, adding that the partnership between Imo and Lagos States will continue. The event was attended by different traditional rulers across the country, including the Oni of Ife, Oba Elegushi, Oba Oniru, captains of industry, the diplomatic corps, politicians, as well as the governor of Ekiti State, Governor Dapo Yebanji, and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Hello, it's a great day to be part of the show that shapes policy and advances development. That is Earth Exchange on SOUQ News TV. I'm Blessing AJ. Lots have been happening in Nigeria from where we're reaching you live and across the globe. We'll fill you in in case you missed any part of it. If you are in Nigeria and you do buy diesel, or you buy cooking gas. Here's some news for you as the federal government has removed VAT on diesel and cooking gas. Well, I have a partner whom I need to find out first from how he feels about that news. But before I do that, I need to tell you the other story, which is something that happened in the U.S. Yes, the U.S. Presidential election is fast approaching. And some time ago, we had the aspirants, the candidates for the different parties, the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have their own debate. So it was time for the vice presidential candidates to also have their debate. And so J.D. Vance and Walz had their share face-to-face. Well, I call it a combat or an exchange or what they would be bringing to the table when they get to the White House if they get to the White House, depending on who wins the race. There are so many issues that were on the front burner. I run with a partner with whom we shape policy and advanced development. I need to know also how he feels about cooking gas, VAT removed from cooking gas and diesel. Temple Barra, also known as TC Barra, is in the studio this morning looking fresh. I don't know if he intends to go pick a wife after now, but he can tell me why he's looking so good this morning. Hello, Temple.
Oh, that would make it wife number 4.
Ah, you're a chief.
Yes, Akunisho became one.
What are your beats? Oh, I see one. I see one.
Akunisho became one of the Zulu. Indeed. Anyway, you described the debate as a showdown. Some media houses described it as a showdown. And if I had to put that in comparison with what's happening between Israel and Iran, you also can describe it as a showdown. But I think the federal government of Nigeria, I don't want to use the word showdown in this case, should be prepared for Nigerians to start taking out their frustration at the ballot, because I mean that's where it should head to. The situation,
that's still some time away.
Yes, but you know, we've had pockets of elections, local government elections. I feel it's time for people to start, you know, looking at the quality of leadership we have, persons at the helm of affairs. What does the removal of VAT from diesel and cooking gas, how does it help?
This sounds like a petition even, because some time ago, the promise of removal of VAT from cooking gas was made. And even at that time, when you ask the vendors, the local vendors, they tell you that, well, it had no significant impact on it.
How many percent is VAT? And when you take that away from the price, I mean, it's more like putting the cart in front of the horse. And honestly, I don't think I want us to start today, which I believe is a good day, you know, getting worked up with the economic situation in Nigeria, dare say Africa, you know. So we'll see how to get it better, hopefully. And that's what I said. Yes, it's far-fetched, but people need to start looking at, you know, the quality of leadership we elect into political offices.
Which I think is what the US is doing with all the debates. The president should debate, and then the the candidate for vice president's office, their debates talking about foreign policy, immigration, and healthcare, which seem to be core issues in the US right now.
Definitely. You can say anything. I mean, if I had to piece it together, I think we need to go beyond when we make promises on basic amenities as dividends of democracy. We need to start talking about formulation of policies that will affect the general electorate, the population. So you're giving water, you're providing access roads, you know, all of these things.
It's the same thing.
It's the same old. So
provide roads.
How can we improve the economy? How can we have access to, you know, improve the GDP, gross domestic product of Nigeria? How can we increase tourism, foreign exchange? I mean, the more you have people coming into your country, it's Nigeria's choice destination at the moment. We need to find a way to sell Nigeria as a beautiful bride.
Don't you think it should begin from the parties? Because if you look at the parties in the US, if you look at the Democrats, you know what they stand for. If you look at Republicans,
ideology.
So yes, the average American knows what to expect from any candidates emerging from those parties. But here we see manifestos, and it's almost the same thing for
recycled
information. But you can't actually say this is the ideology of this party, whether it's PDP, whether it's APGA, it's APC. When do we get to that level of parties having ideologies which their candidates will push, and they will be known for that this is what they stand for?
We can only hope, not just renewed hope, we can only hope that it happens, where the mindset, there will be a shift in mindset of the political elite. But the only way that's going to be possible is for everyone to, you know, get involved in the politicking process, in the campaigning process, you know, and get involved in the electioneering process itself. So it's not just to campaign or politique and put on social media. Get out there. Put your thumbprint on the ballot paper, ensure that your votes are protected. But then the important thing, the underlying factor, is the quality of persons we put up there to represent us.
And then on a sad note, what happened in the Middle East, one would think that, oh, maybe at some point the clash between Israel and Hamas would just de-escalate, and then Iran gets into the picture.
Well, one man's meat is another's poison. The missile attacks is leading to increase in oil prices, and from the feelers out there, some countries stand to benefit from
Is
soaring.
Nigeria one of those countries?
Well, when the prices of crude go up, Nigeria, whose budget is based on, the price of crude or benchmarked on the price of crude, will benefit. But then,
if the production is not even up to
economists also
quarter,
suggest
so it means they miss out on the party.
it's just a whole lot. The circle, it's the effect has. There's this linkage effect to it. So yes, the price of crude goes up, and then you're not refining the product in the country. People need to also buy, these products from. Exported
So,
product, not imported finished.
when
So it's
the
crazy.
price of crude goes up in the global market, so when buying the refined product becomes more expensive. Wow. At this moment, let's take a break. So, David Chedo can bring you up to speed on other happenings across the globe. After that, we'll get into the conversations for the day. One of them is Nigeria seeking a permanent seat at the UN National Security Council. There are 5 permanent members. Nigeria hopes to be one and believes that the country has something to bring to the table. Well, we'll look at what that would be after the news. To stay.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello there and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. Today I am David Chiedu. The federal government has unveiled new tax relief measures for deep offshore oil and gas production, aiming to attract greater investment to Nigeria's energy sector. This initiative includes the removal of value-added tax on key energy imports such as diesel, feed gas, liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, compressed natural gas, CNG, electric vehicles, and clean cooking equipment. Wale Edun, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, announced the policy on Wednesday, stating that it will position Nigeria's deep offshore basin as a leading global investment destination, bolster energy security, and support the transition to cleaner energy. These fiscal incentives reflect the government's broader commitment to sustainable growth and economic prosperity under President Bola Tinubu's leadership. The Nigerian government is set to launch a $1.5 million initiative to boost artificial intelligence development, according to the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. The fund, supported by Luminate, a global foundation, will be officially unveiled on October 7th in Abuja. This initiative comes weeks after the ministry launched a $100 million AI fund in partnership with Google, which faced criticism for its perceived inadequacy. Tijani clarified that the smaller fund was just a part of broader efforts, which include the forthcoming $1.5 million and the establishment of a National Artificial Intelligence Trust to ensure ethical AI development in Nigeria. The minister also highlighted the government's efforts to expand digital infrastructure and create job opportunities, such as the 3 million technical talent initiative and plans to lay 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables. The AI initiative is part of a larger national strategy to support technology-driven growth and tackle both grassroots and high-level challenges. And the Bank of Industry has disbursed 77.65 billion naira in loans to nearly 1,000 medium, small and micro enterprises across Nigeria in the first 9 months of 2024. BOI's Managing Director, Dr. Olashupo Lucy, announced the figures during the 2024 BOI Annual Public Lecture in Abuja, emphasizing the bank's role in alleviating poverty and ensuring food security. The loans aim to support MSMEs in enhancing productivity and contributing to the nation's economic growth. Additionally, BOI is facilitating loans for local manufacturers under the federal government's 75 billion naira manufacturing sector fund, offering single-digit interest rates to boost industrial capacity. Olusi highlighted the need for financial support and enabling environments to help MSMEs address challenges such as limited access to finance and infrastructure deficiencies essential for economic development. And the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced the end of data modification services at its National Identification Number enrollment centers. Citizens are now required to use the new online self-service modification portal to update their information. In a video shared on its official X, formerly Twitter account, NIMC stated that the move aims to reduce long wait times and queues at centers, offering greater convenience to users. The Commission assured that the online platform is designed with enhanced security features to protect personal data and streamline the process. NIMC's Director General Abisoye Koka Odushote also noted that the number of NIN registrations has risen to 110 million. And OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, has raised $6.6 billion in a funding round, potentially valuing the company at $157 billion. Major investors include Microsoft, NVIDIA, Thrive Capital, and Khosla Ventures, along with Alimita Capital, Fidelity, SoftBank, and MGX. Thrive Capital contributed $1.2 billion with an option to invest another $1 billion next year. This funding comes amid restructuring efforts at OpenAI, including the recent departure of Chief Technology Officer Mira Murati. Despite these changes, investors are optimistic, projecting the company's revenue to rise to $11.6 billion next year. OpenAI's rapid growth has seen its valuation soar from $14 billion in 2021. It now boasts 250 million weekly active users and remains committed to advancing artificial general intelligence, AGI. Investors secure terms to renegotiate the valuation if restructuring isn't completed within 2 years. The funding highlights growing confidence in AI's future in the tech industry. And that's the news updates this morning. Many thanks for watching. It's now back to the pair of Blessing AHA and Temple Bara for the continuation of early exchange. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you for sticking with us on Oil Exchange this beautiful Thursday morning. Yes, the weather is cool. Everywhere is calm in Nigeria. How is it from where you're watching us? You could just drop a comment, let us know as we proceed on the show. So, the first conversation will be on the UN Security Council, which is the most powerful and important organ within the United Nations, and it is responsible for maintaining peace and security. So the council has 15 members, inclusive of 5 permanent members. Now, Nigeria, a country in Africa, is seeking to be one of the 5, to add to the 5 permanent members in the United Nations Security Council, as there have been calls for an expansion of members, permanent members of the UN Security Council. Will Nigeria be admitted as a permanent member of the UN's Security Council? We have a policy expert in the studio with us. Dr. Dausa Osamanze is here, is looking fresh like $1 billion. I've told him that. He told me why he looks that way this morning. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good SOUQ, good Nigeria.
I see the good Nigeria is really working because you look good.
Really?
Do you mind sharing the secrets? What's been happening? Your economy seems to be
You just came back
fast.
from Old Trafford. What do you expect?
Oh, really?
But the problem I have with Manchester United is just they've been on a losing streak. So
I went to kill the devil.
So does that mean that having killed the devil, so it's just the Reds and not the Red Devils anymore?
No more devil.
Oh. Well, let's not get into the sports arena right now because, TC will just be so happy that he can speak about that.
Let's change the conversation.
Let's swipe left.
Let's swipe right now and look at national or international security issues. So the United Nations Security Council having 5 permanent members, and over the years there have been calls from different quarters. Africa has indicated interest in having a permanent seat, and Nigeria is one of the countries pushing for a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. Before we look at the chances of Nigeria getting admitted, the UN Security Council, too, has been criticized in recent times for not being effective as it should be. What's your thought on the current state of the United Nations?
Well, I think every student of international relations agree to the fact that there is so much that the United Nations can do because it's not a supranational authority. For you to be really effective, you have to have state structure. The executive, the judiciary, and the legislative arm. Why, of course, you have some of these arms in the United Nations that they look as if they are really supranational, but they don't really have the power to enforce some of the rules that are made. And so to that extent, you find that you cannot really say, oh, are they as effective as they should be? So it's just like a mediation agency. And I think that's the way people should assess the United Nations. But talking about effectiveness, you also understand that because of the structure of the United Nations, with the 5 permanent members in the Security Council, usually refer to the 10 other members as observers, who are elected every year to observe what is happening at the United Nations. But the real power block there is the 5 permanent members, China represented by Taiwan, which of course has been an anomaly for a very long time because the mainland China don't really want to be represented at that council by Taiwan. But that's what the US prefer. Now you also have Russia there, a former USSR, represented the east of Europe. France represented the west of Europe, and then the United Kingdom, and the American who had the real power after the end of the Second World War. So these are the basic people who come together to say, how do we regulate global peace and security? Now, don't forget, like they say, to whom much is given, much is also expected. And by this choice also, you also have seen that a lot of things were put into account. The 4 power pillars: your military strength, your economic strength, your ideological strength, and more importantly, you're also looking at your ability to be responsible even in the use of power. And this has been the way the UN is structured. So any of the members, or 5 members, can actually veto a particular decision to do an operation or not to do. And that has been the real bane of the Security Council. You can meet and agree and say, okay, this is what we want to do. And a single vote of 1 member can change that narrative. And of course, like it's recorded in history, Russia has been the notorious one in the use of this veto.
The old man.
Yeah, of course, they've counted over 158 times that Russia had used that veto. America about 90 times in the use of that veto to stop some certain action from happening. But because it's an agreement that, of course, once a nation vetoed, that particular resolution cannot go forward, then, of course, you find that the inability of the UN to really enforce itself become a problem. Because you're having an ideological war here between the West and the East. And so if it does not fall in line with the ideology of any of the powers, of course, they are not going to push for it. And if anything or resolution you are taking is affecting an ally of any of the power, they are going to veto it. So this is why you find that the United Nations, to a very large extent, has not functioned as everybody expected it to function. But I think that has been the call that a lot of people feel that there should be the need to democratize the United Nations Security Council. Some have advocated that every continent should be represented. But when you look at the power configuration, you see that the continents that are not represented at the moment are the weaklings, really. The South American continent, you have the Australia continent, and then you have the African continent. So the major continents are represented in that power block. And I think if we want to be represented, then of course we must be ready to pay the piper somehow.
Well, France and United Kingdom have not made use of their veto. I mean, I think that's worthy of a note. And one would argue that it's important that politicking or lobbying of African countries would have come to bear at this point in search for a place at the table of the United Nations. In furtherance to that statement, I'd want to think that, or I'd want to ask, do you think we have what it takes? You've talked about Africa continent, being weakly in South America, and of course the other countries are the power blocks and the security forces and strength. Some persons have argued that with what's happening with insecurity in Nigeria, we are not ready to have a place at that table. Do you think, more consideration should be given to some other African country who are more stable when it comes to security?
Yeah, but you find that over the years, the argument has always been that who are you going to give power to? You have to give power to states that are fairly stable.
Before you go further, do you give power or you take power?
You see, here at the United Nations, your ability to take power will be almost 0 to 1,000 ratio. Because here, this is what happened. You put them into context. First World War happened, and then, of course, the United States intervened and stopped the menace. Then German aggression started. The United States intervened and stopped the menace because it had the power to do so. Now, when you say you want to take power, you have to look at who are you taking power from. You don't have the economic power. You don't have the military power. You don't have the economic power. You don't have the power of even the intellect, so to speak. So you find that really the argument has always been that power should be given to people who can responsibly use it. And I don't think that the West really believe that African nations are responsible enough to be able to deploy the use of that power. And I think that is really the reason why they have not really asked that that body be enlarged. But we are even looking at it now from the point of view of democratization. What difference will it make if Africa is there? What difference will it make if South America is represented?
I was thinking, what benefits?
Yeah, but really, what's the real benefit? These guys are the one really bearing the brunt of the entire peace in the world. And there's a whole lot that is involved in terms of the use of resources, the use of their military, the use of their technology to drive the process of world peace. Now, when you say you are coming to the table, what will Africa, for example, be bringing to the table? And when you're going to represent Africa, is it going to be rotational? So I think the best that the UN had done was to actually allow, after a while, for the election of some members to come to serve in that council. And I think Nigeria has served in the Security Council, but at least just for 1 year. So like I said, it's like in an observer status. And to see how those who are developed in the use of power can responsibly deploy power. You see, we, to a very large extent, whether it's the Anglophone or the Lusophone or the Francophone, we are tied to the apron string of the West. We got our validation from United Kingdom. And some other West African states get their validation from France. And don't even forget that after the exit of France, for example, in some of African countries, that until now as we speak, the economy power of most Francophone Africa is still held in Paris. So if they are speaking for you in your own country, now you can also feel that they can speak for you and you are represented. So I feel for the way to look at it is that the Commonwealth is represented by the United Kingdom.
Okay.
The Americans are represented by American. And then, of course, the other ideological bloc is represented by Russia. But I think going really beyond that is that, can we really have a strong United Nation? What's the benefit of even being a member of security, apart from the ego that one may enjoy, that, oh, you have the status of saying that I'm sitting at United Nations and you are really not making contributions, because the people who are going to make the contributions are those who are supplying both the intelligence and the military power and the economic power to drive things and make it happen.
But you mentioned that any member or any permanent member of the Security Council has veto power.
Yeah.
Isn't that a benefit? And if this veto power has been used by Russia 158 times, 92 times by the United Nations, and 32 times by China, and 16 times by the other countries, so is that not a benefit for Nigeria when it comes to policies, when it comes to issues that will affect Africa? Would that not be worth it?
Yeah, but you have to look at what the issues are, where these veterans are used. And I really feel, was Africa really losing or gaining? But I think for me, really, what Africa need to do, first and foremost, is to actually pull its act together and first detach itself from the apron string of the SOUQ colonial masters.
Is this not part of the channel or the route to detaching itself, being part of the decision makers?
I don't think. What you need to do is to first build your power base based on those 4 different pillars that I just mentioned. Look at your military size. We are still begging America to give us Tucano to fight our war here, able to quell our insurgency here. So if we cannot even manage these internal issues, what energy do we have to even have to now be investing resources that we don't even have to develop our infrastructure in basic way? I think Africa must, while we talk about the United Nations as a big body, I see it only in name, in terms of reputation or ego. I don't see any particular benefit that confers to us as a nation. What will confer honor on us as a nation is first build our economy and then build our power base. And then once we are able to be strong enough to carry our problem, then we cannot be thinking of carrying other people's burden.
Doctor, over the years, we've seen Nigeria's security agencies, the army, the police, take part in peacekeeping missions.
Oh, yeah.
ECOMOG, UN peacekeeping, and they contribute significantly to the success of those missions, deploying men and equipment to areas where there are needs. Now, during the World War II, a lot of Nigerians were sent to India to go and fight. That's contribution. And so if when there are needs and crises, Nigerians are called upon, don't they now deserve, even if it's not maybe a temporary standing of some sort, just like you have the other members to represent Africa? How many African countries contribute as much as Nigeria in some of these peacekeeping missions? Yes, you can't take away the fact that we do have internal security issues. And I mean, dare say that's the same thing in most countries. You have all of those issues, I mean, inherent in some of these countries, even in the world power. But then the fact that Africa is underrepresented, if for any reason Nigeria, as Big Brother Africa, in quote, decides to step up to the plate, I mean, it should count for something, don't you think?
Yeah, but that's a real question that one needs to really put on the table. What I'm saying is that Africa, I don't want even to zero on Nigeria, should first of all build itself up in terms of having a strong voice. And I think our founding fathers, like people like Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere, had this understanding that Africa needed to really be one, first and foremost, to be able to play at that arena. Because there's no one single member state in Africa that have the real capacity to drive these things. Except for we want to make politics out of it. But the truth is that this requires a lot. But talking about the participation of Africa or Nigeria in peacekeeping operation, we saw the operation in ECOMOG, whether in Liberia or Syria alone, to restore peace to that. But we were not strategic. We have never, as a nation, been very strategic in terms of our interactions with global power. Let me tell you what happened with power. When power, for you to be able to hold power, you concede a lot. The struggle by a certain president in Nigeria to become the Secretary General of the United Nations at a certain part of our history gave away willingly part of Nigeria, which was ruled in favor of ICJ because we were not represented. Because for them, that was like being responsible to say, oh, you love global peace. But there was no referendum when this part of Nigeria was ceded to another country in Africa. So what I'm saying is that what role have we been able to play, even in our African continent, to stop even rally around us? Because you can't call yourself a giant. You're only a giant when everybody has respect for you. What respect do we even earn in first place in Africa? Do we even have it? How many times will even our neighboring country vote against us, even in international stage and affairs? Even with all the donations and the free money that we're throwing away without being strategic. And I think that we should concentrate, really, for me, on things that are important. And what are these things that are important? We need to build our economy. We need to build our infrastructure. Our people need to grow up. So rather than throw money around or throw strength around where you are not needed, build your base. And then once you are strong enough, people can identify you and then they will drag you in. Because at the founding of the United Nations in 1946, really, China was not part of the conversation. But Americans saw the importance and the significance of China. And then they said, China must be represented, but not the mainland China because of the ideological bent, but they want Taiwan, which was more liberal, to represent China. And they dragged in those guys. And the United Kingdom said, oh, well, if you look at the whole of Europe, you find that France is also very strategic and like a bulwark for Europe. So let France come in here. So that decision was actually taken by a few people who was looking at how to remedy the catastrophic destruction that happened after the Second World War. And you can see what was put in. And that's what I'm saying. To whom much is given, much is also expected. So it's not just being a tutelar head in the table. You must be able to bring substance to the table. Now, the question is, do we have that substance?
Now, if we were to look at that critically, if Africa has the substance, so South Africa is part of BRICS, that must have been a strategic decision to include South Africa as part of BRICS. And South Africa is also part of the United Nations. Going by your explanation of how some of the members were included, or some of the countries were included as permanent members in the UN, China and France, is there no strategic or is there no benefit for the UN if they include an African country? Is there no a rationale behind it? Can we not see a strategy there, looking at the cause globally for an addition to the Security Council? Would Africa be that strategic decision in the inclusion of a new member at the Security Council?
But also to look at the functionality of the Security Council, really. Basic resolutions are done at the General Assembly, where everybody is present and votes are done, really. Now, the Security Council is issues on where intervention should happen and where intervention should not happen. And that's the point that I'm making, really. Because when you look at it, even in terms of our fight, our participation in the Second World War, how did we participate? We participated as Commonwealth under the leadership of the United Kingdom. That's how we participated. So that's the point I'm making here, really. For me, people feel, what's the real usefulness of the other nation? I don't see anything we can really attach to it, except that it become a supranational body, which of course a lot of people really have been advocating for. That we have like a one world government with what some advocates are called the Federation Act. I don't know if you have seen that. There's a constitution now that's been written for a federation of the earth, where you have one general assembly where all governments are represented, and then of course you have one legislative body, and then of course you now have an international policeman. And once that body is established, then of course we become the president of the Federation of the Earth. Of course, we become also registration, and that of course a lot of power plays will come into that organization. But whether that happen or not happen, but the United Nations as it is today really is like a toothless bulldog in my ranking. And I don't think it's something that worth the energy or the waste of resource which many African nations have done. It's not the first time. The push has always been there. But in each of these push, the resources that we have not found to develop ourselves at home, we tend to fritter away. Right. But I think Africa need to grow up. Nigeria need to grow up, for example, and see how do we fix our problems, first and foremost, before fixing other people's problems. Our people can't go to farm. How will a membership in the Security Council enable people to go to farm? So I think we should prioritize things that are important. And for me, what is really important right now is first our survival. So once we survive, then we can now begin to think about, well, now you have some more money in your pocket, then you have to go and help somebody. Even on the aeroplane, when the air hostess are talking to you, they say to you, in case there's an emergency, you have to save yourself first before even saving your child. And I think that's a wise thing for us as a continent. That what is important is that we have to build our home base and see how responsibly we are able to use power. How we are able to even democratize ourselves.
Doctor, just to take the statement away from you, it feels like, yes, you feel there's need for priority for Nigeria to shift its priority, instead of trying to seek regional power or world power, try to put your house together first before launching forward. I mean, it's in tandem with a proverb in my dialect, and I really understand that. I mean, you
are the only one who understands.
Yeah, I'll translate it for you.
Okay.
You launch forth from home.
Yeah.
You go out from your house looking fine. Or beautiful,
yes.
Loosely translated into that. And so you don't go outside and make up.
No.
You make up inside
yeah.
and you take your beauty outside.
Yeah.
I mean, but then don't we have a need for us to, don't countries need to look at the fact that the Security Council as constituted needs to be restructured? India, for example, has like one of the largest, military personnel in the world, over 5 million. Right, and the part of the G4 backing a call for a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. But then these global powers have held on to this. The status quo has remained that way for far too long. And as such, you've seen, like you mentioned earlier on, the back and forth, you veto, I veto, Russia and United States going at, toe to toe against each other. And then you've talked about the democratization. What can we say would be a solution to have people have more voices? Because it just feels like you have issues, which some of these issues tend to happen more in Africa, and then everyone just comes in, they try to keep Africa because of, it feels like they're trying to protect the resources. You don't really see the UN peacekeeping going to America to, quell situations because you hardly have them there. The military there is, okay to take care of it.
Yeah, but you see, I think what is important for me is a balance of power arrangement. That there's no one single force in that Security Council, or there's no possibility of a unanimity, most of the cases, whether it's against Africa or against Latin America or for Australia, whatever. But what you find in there is that all the nations of the world, over 200 nations right now in the world, everybody seems to understand that there's a sort of an alignment, which of course really will also reverberate in the Security Council meeting. Take for example, you just talked about the case of India. Apart from being members of the Commonwealth, India is even finding its own new identity now with its alliance with China and Russia.
And they are members of BRICS.
So by virtue of being members of BRICS, really, to a very large extent, their voice is heard right there at Security Council. You see, what is important for us is how do we bring Africa together as one geopolitical entity that speaks with one voice? That's the first thing. Even in terms of driving the power equation, you can imagine that, for example, there's a resolution in the African Union where Nigeria is the dominant voice, and every other member state of the Union, the other 53 or 56 members are saying to you, oh, you are our big brother, we want you to be represented. But we have not even been able to build an ECOWAS, let alone an African Union. So how do we find relevance? You find relevance by your strengths within your geopolitics. So that is the relevance we should find. For example, we just look at what happened in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. This is at our backyard. What was the import of our sanction? Now these boys have come together to form what they call the Sahel Group, even contesting the authority of ECOWAS. So these are for me what is important. Before you go out to go and play on the big field outside, rehearse first. in your small parlor and ensure that you have the right skills to take to the outside. That's my argument. It's not enough to just be grandstanding and moving around the place, wasting resources, and say we want to become a member of Security Council, yes, representing Africa as permanent member. And I don't think Egypt is going to vote for you.
Swipe right.
I'm not sure that Morocco will follow you, let alone South Africa. So what we need to do is to first and foremost consolidate at home. And then we are able to speak with one voice. And it is at that point that we can even be inching to a realization of a representation. But as it is, I feel we are contributing, and as a nation, we have played significantly at that body. We have had our opportunities and our timing, and I think that is what we continue to drive. Take, for example, there were a whole lot of hula baloo in terms of Nigeria becoming the Director General of one organ of that body. 2 years counting. What has it added to us in terms of our trade balance?
Well,
Well, if
rhetorical question.
added to Nigeria, but let's look away from Nigeria wanting to be a permanent member of the UN Security Council or even Africa, as we've looked at the chances of African members, African countries being slain because of not enough economic power and even military power.
Yeah.
Yes, to be part of it. But eventually, at some point, from what it looks like, what are the new member? Where do you see it going to? And how do you see that impacting its effectiveness?
But just before you answer, I believe that, you must first tell me or tell us if you think, that restructuring is necessary.
Well, for me, really, I don't think, I even feel that the UN has outlived its usefulness, really.
Has it?
Oh, yes, I feel it has outlived its usefulness. And I don't believe that there's any structural thing that's actually working right in there. You see, because in a global world today, what role are we actually assigning to the United Nations in terms of damning challenges of world peace? Look at the intractable challenge in the Middle East. For how many years? Not resolved. Look at challenge in Congo, Brazzaville. Look at all the trouble spots all across the globe, Afghanistan. What has really been the import of the United Nations in addressing world peace?
Why has the United Nations been unable to address issues in this region?
Yes, you see, because the real issue here is the fact that the need for economic justice, shared knowledge, and development is critical and important to world peace. I was sharing yesterday with Hans. I met a young man from Bangladesh who was trying to explain to me the current crisis in their country being fueled by the United States of America. And it was very specific that the rejection of their now SY president of allowing America to put a base at their back was actually responsible for the crisis. Look at the Ukrainian-Russia war. What's here the issue?
NATO.
America made a base at the backyard of Russia. And for you to be able to secure that base, what you need to do is to enter into a compact with Ukraine by making it member of NATO. And Russia said, look, there's an understanding from the old USSR that we are one and we cannot be broken. We are worse apart, you and NATO. We don't want our member to be part of your member, because our member being part of your member means that you are bringing your base in our backyard. If our memory will not fade us, you know the crisis, the Cuba crisis with America.
Yeah.
And the alignment of Cuba with Russia. And America fought heavily to ensure that Russia do not find a base in Cuba. So what is good for the goose is always good for the gander. That's for me what it is. So what for me is important is that as long as the world finds its balance in terms of peace, that when we come to that table, the 5 members sit down, we never get to unanimity, because if the economic interest of any of the members is touched, what do you think will happen? They will have to veto.
So the play of politics, in essence, is part of the reason why the UN has not been effective in addressing the crisis in those regions.
Yes, of course. Because the interest is there. When America has interest, they veto. When Russia has interest, they veto. Now, China is actually struggling totally, really, to say, why are you using our minority to represent us? And you are calling it China's member of Security Council. Just say it's Taiwan. And that's even why you find that there's a whole struggle of the mainland China trying to even annex Taiwan and make it part of itself. And that struggle is still on. And we don't know where the end is really going to come inside. But by and large, what for me is important is that nations just sit down, they feed their people well, as Denmark is doing, and they are not struggling to be anybody's controller. And the economy is good for their children and their citizens. And I think that's what the world needs, really. But the whole idea is that the United Nations is trying to mitigate against global catastrophe in the name of a third world war. That's all that is all about. There's no economic privilege, really, that comes to anybody.
Now, to that, mitigating against the outbreak of a third world war, do you think it's too late, given the issues in the Middle East, Iran coming to the picture between the crisis, in the crisis between Israel and Hamas? Do you think it's too late?
Well, when you look at the real issue there, also you find that, of course, the Security Council is also polarized.
Yeah.
There's a polarization because the US is pro-Israel and this other part is pro the Middle East or the Palestinians. So you find that the polarization is also there. So there's really nothing, a decision that's why the trouble has actually festered for this long. Because all the resolutions that are taken to resolve that issue, if it's not in favor of an ally, it cannot stand. So what's the use of that body that cannot really live up to its responsibility of making world peace, as it were? That's my point. Yeah, they are playing their own politics at that level, but for us as a nation, what is important is that we have to protect our border. We have to ensure that we are secured. We have to be sure that our citizens are well fed. And then we cannot begin to enjoy the benefits of being prosperous. This where when Nigerian passport was a bride of all countries in the world, where we didn't need visa to enter into any country, where we were respected by the superpowers of this world, because we had economic power at that time. You know, it's just simple calculation. Build a strength at home. Once you are strong, people will recognize you. They will even confer leadership on you.
All right,
Doctor. But we have not done that.
Doctor, we're practically out of time.
But before we go, let's just pick a brains on the current energy situation. So the crisis in the Middle East has led to an upsurge in the price of crude. Are we getting close to another energy crisis? And who are those to benefit? We talked about Nigeria being an oil-producing country who should benefit from this. But Does it look like we are ready to reap the gains at this point in time?
Well, of course, we have not put anything on the ground to make us benefit. Those who will benefit will continue to benefit. As long as we have not done things right, it will be difficult to benefit. And I think it was just recently that the president signed an agreement to see how we can lay even a gas pipeline through Morocco to enter to Europe. So to be able to gain from whatever crisis that's going to come up to the world, even if there's no crisis, now if they are having energy challenge, because nature has actually favored us, a lot work for us, for our good. But then, of course, we have not invested in this critical infrastructure where, of course, we can say, okay, if we lock up the tap, the whole world will suffer. We have not gone into that power. And I think that's the strength that Russia has used over the years. Look at it, the not 1 or 2 nor 3 pipe that goes into Europe. And say we will block it, and say if we block it, gas don't flow into your country, then you come and beg us. So people have a bragging right, because they have built their economy to an extent with that they can flaunt it all around. And I think that for Africa, there's a whole lot we need to do at home. We need to unite first and foremost to build a one united Africa where Africa trade with itself and build a formidable economy, and then they can now actually be asking for a voice in the global economy. As long as we are fragmented at home, nobody is going to listen to our cry in the international community.
Well, I hope we'll get to not cry for so long. Nobody would want to do that. Really thank you, Dr. Idahusa Osamze, for finding time to grace any exchange. And of course, we're looking forward to more discussions with you. In the second half of the program, we'll be looking at the importance of advertising for business growth and success. We'll be joined in the studio by someone who is knowledgeable in that area. So do stay tuned. We'll unveil him in a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Oh yes, from talking world peace and security and the roles of international institutions in this, we move now to business, and let's look at the role of advertising for business growth and success. The last conversation ended with us talking about, or with our honors talking about bragging rights. So let's bring it now to your business. Does your business have a bragging right? What is the way to having bragging right for your business? How do you ensure that your business is, or your business name is the first name that comes to mind when people think about a product that you offer? If they have to think about a product that they need, that you and so many others offer, does your business name come to mind? I'm just asking, have you become a household name? How do you achieve that? Well, we have a communication and marketing strategist in the house this morning, and he is Vincent Anani. Good morning and welcome to Early Exchange.
Good morning. It's good to be here. Good morning. Good to meet you. And pleasure to be on the show this morning throughout this conversation.
All right. Well, good you feel that way. And we know that we can get a lot from this conversation today because this is a business show. So if you're a business person, get a pen, get a paper or a book even. This is free lesson coming your way. You will need it. Trust me, you will need the knowledge that you will get from this show today. If we talk about advertising, it's not new. It's been there from time immemorial when businesses use different methods to put their business out there. Just make sure that's in the face of the target market. But times have changed, and so advertising has evolved. Could you take us through the journey from what it used to be, what it is currently now? What are the modes of advertising before we look at what it can provide or do for a business?
Interesting. Like you rightly mentioned at the beginning, that advertising has grown over the years. It started from what we call oral tradition, right? Word of mouth, where people just pass on stories about businesses via verbal conversations. And then I think sometime in 15th century or thereabouts, in England, we had the first printed advertising, which was meant for the promotion of a book. And that is how mass advertising started. And of course, over the years, mass communication has evolved from TV to radio to print advertising, and now to the age of digital technology, digital media, where we have social media and other online forms of advertising. And this has significantly changed the landscape of advertising, and even the concept of advertising and the landscape of advertising as we know it. Before, it used to be one-way advertising, right, where brands are only talking to their consumers, or brands are only talking to their audience, maybe via a print medium or radio or TV. But with the advent of social media and digital technology, we now see that technology has democratized advertising in such a way, because now we have two-way communication between brands and the audience that they serve. We have two-way communication between brands and their audience, because you're passing message to your consumers. They also give you feedback real time. And so we've seen that over the last decade, a lot of trends have evolved to shape the face of advertising, and as we know it. And then, of course, smart businesses and brands globally and locally as well are beginning to adapt to the changing dynamics of advertising to be able to grab that market share. Now, when we talk about advertising, two things are very key. We have what we call top of mind, and then share of mind, and then share of wallet. So because advertising plays a lot of role when it comes to business, it helps to shape, it builds brand beyond driving sales. Advertising also play a very important role in shaping how we perceive brands. I mean, because over the years, I mean, you can close your eyes now and then think of one or two global brands that you probably don't even have the product or the service that they offer, but those brands are already in your mind. And then maybe the next time you have opportunity to want to buy something in that category, definitely those brands will come to your mind. And that is one of the important role that advertising plays for brands and for business, putting you at the top of mind of your target consumer.
Well, some school of thought, if I had to go with the local balance, say, Daddy no need advert, but then they sell pass. So some people believe that, a good product sells itself.
Absolutely, yes.
Such, you don't need the huge wage bill that comes with advertisement. I'd want you to speak to that.
Okay, I mean, what you said is very interesting. In fact, it was one of the comments I was going to say at the beginning, that the first thing about advertising is you even need to have a good product. Like you rightly said, that a good product sells itself. But take a look at it like a marketplace, where you walk into a market square and there's so much noise, right? And then maybe on a particular store, you have 5 women or 5 people selling the same thing, maybe similar products, or offering similar services. And then what advertising does in these instances, it distinguishes you, it sets you apart, right? It sets you apart. So you're attracting people to yourself. So, I mean, having a good product without making noise about it is akin to what we call blinking in the dark, right? You're just in the dark, you're blinking. You're blinking, right? But nobody's seeing it because you're blinking in the dark. So, and that is something that's a gap that advertising come to fix for you. And then beyond that, there's also something called, when we intend for product and service, right? We have a functional benefit and we have emotional benefit. So there are some products, everyday utility products, that are functional. Maybe I want to buy water, for example. Of course, I may need to see a water advert, but I may not necessarily be convinced by a water advert to buy a particular kind of water, because water gives me a functional benefit, right? I need it to survive. So, but we also have what we call emotional benefit that we derive from brands. And then so from products. So brands then need to find a balance of functional benefit that they're offering to consumer or emotional benefit that they're offering to consumer. Let's say, for example, of course, I've not driven a Rolls Royce before, right? Rolls Royce gives an emotional benefit to consumers, and they have their target market. Water gives functional benefit, they have their target market. So advertising helps you to bridge that gap. So even if you have a good product, people still need to know that you have a good product. And then, especially in maybe if you now find yourself in a sector or an industry that is very competitive, whereby your competitors are offering similar services, maybe at similar value, similar product, at similar value, then one thing that now stands you out, or one thing that distinguishes you, is the critical role that advertising plays in your in your brand strategy. And then beyond that, one thing that is also very, very important is your messaging. And that's where what we call creative advertising comes into play. How we are able to tell your story, the story about your product, how you are able to tell the story about the service that you offer, the value of what you're giving to the consumer, and that stands you out in the marketplace.
Okay, going by the analogy of the Rolls Royce and then the water, functional product and emotional product. So it means that for a functional product, sometimes you could place it anywhere because people would need it.
Absolutely.
They will get it.
Absolutely.
But for an emotional product, you really need to do targeting so that those who would need it, because it's not a functional product, would actually see that.
Yes.
Which comes to where you advertise. How do you decide the place that is good for your advertising? So your target market can say it. How do you come to that decision to say this is where I place my advert or not?
Okay, so for every brand or every business, before you get into a market, the first thing you need to do is to know your target audience, right? Which you call target audience analysis or segmentation. If I want to use technical parlance. So, because you cannot go into the market without even knowing who your target audience are. So as a business owner, that's the first thing. As you're creating products or creating services, the first thing you need to understand is who are the targets of this product or these services. That's the first thing. Once you get that done, and then from that, you start doing your what we call market segmentation or market analysis. What is the value of your product? Who are people that are in need of this product? Who can afford this product? Where are they? And then by the time you start doing that analysis, you start realizing that, okay, this is who my product is, because all products are not for everybody. Every product is not for everybody, right? We have what we call niche products that are segmented to certain kind of people or certain kind of class. And then when you're doing your analysis as a business, you need to know what is the classification for what we call socio-economic class in marketing, where you have your category A, category E, B, up to E. And then all of these are different ladders of social classes. And then by the time you realize that, and now let me drill it down further. You now start thinking of, if these are the people that I want to talk to, they are my target audience, then the next question is, what platform can I reach them on, right? So for example, maybe an advert that you see in an in-flight magazine, for example, you probably see an advert in an in-flight magazine. You will not see that advert at any other regular place, because the people, the brand or the business who have placed that advert in an in-flight magazine, they have a target audience, and they know that their target audience are frequent flyers, or maybe the business lounge of an airport. So when you have been able to identify who your audience is, and then you decide on what platforms. It could be maybe traditional, it could be on TV, it could be on radio, it could be in print, it could be on digital. Even on digital, you still have to further, and then interestingly, that's what one of the benefits of digital technology now, what we call targeting. For example, I can serve an ad, right, to people in this locality. And then based on certain parameters that I've set for my ad, it's not everybody that will see that ad. I will only people that I'm targeting to see that ad will be seeing that ad. And so back to the question is, one, identify who your target audience are. What are the platforms that they engage in? Now, for example, if I want to run a local product, right? If I want to set maybe advertise a local product, I probably may not use a national TV station. I'll rather maybe use a local radio station where I know that my audience will be listening to. Or maybe use a community newspaper, put an advert in a community newspaper. So again, it depends on who your target audience are and what platform you think they consume. And then, of course, more importantly, is also the messaging, right? It's also the messaging, because certain kind of message appeal to certain kind of audience. And so, not like they say, one size does not often fit all in advertising. So you have to segment your audience and then get the right channel or the platform that they consume, and then create the right stories and the right message that resonates with them.
So we've seen an evolution on various advertising platforms.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So from the newspapers, we saw radio, and then TV, black and white, colored, and now we have social media, the online digital platform. You now have search engine optimizations and certain parameters in the mix. If you had to look, into a certain crystal ball, which of them do you think is going to fall off on the ladder or on the pedestal of relevance?
Okay. I like the question because this is usually some question that we ask behind the scene when we are doing maybe some of our strategy sessions around maybe we want to take a product to a market or want to launch a service or brand or whatever. These are some of the very vital questions that we ask ourselves. And then, like you rightly said, there's been an evolution. And then for every evolution or for every innovation that comes to the market, some things fall off, and then we have emerging platforms. From what we've seen over the years, it's safe to say that, and I'm being very careful now, that gradually print is beginning to fade. Print still holds relevance, right? It still holds significant relevance, at least for authenticity and for a certain category of audience. But we live in a very mobile world whereby you can access information on the go. Instead of waiting till tomorrow morning to pick up a newspaper to get the news. Maybe as the news is breaking this night, I'm on my phone and I'm seeing it. And so and if you see it, it's global, it's not just Nigeria. The volume of print publication is gradually fading. And I think that maybe over the years, print might be significantly affected. But talking about other platforms, I think most of the other platforms are still doing very well. And then digital media is growing at a very, very, very huge rate. And then that also points to the question of being able to pivot. And then that's why we now see that a lot of traditional media, print media houses now have online versions, right? Traditional media, print media, they have online versions whereby maybe some of the things you see in print, you probably see some of them online. And they're also evolving with time and adapting. So I think maybe print might be sort of a danger of extinction. But
so social media or the digital media, which a lot of businesses are moving to right now, also has its complexities.
Absolutely.
One of them is algorithm.
Yes.
There are platforms that some businesses have complained that they run adverts on, but the algorithm doesn't favor them. How does one navigate these things, the complexities of digital media advertising?
Interesting. So for me, this is like my area of specialty. Digital media is my area of specialty, right? So one thing about all of these platforms is the platform owners, they're also optimizing for profit, right? They're also optimizing for profit. And most of these platforms run on AI technology, they optimize, they update their algorithms based on user interactions and user behaviors on some of these platforms. So maybe if you go on your any of your social media pages, the way you interact over time, is sending back certain information to the platform, and then based on some of those interactions that we are all having on these platforms, it's shaping the nature of the algorithm and how the algorithm is optimized for better experience for users and also for advertisers. So, but when it comes to digital advertising, one of the very important questions to ask is, one, which platform fits your product or your service the best? Maybe a product that probably run ad campaign for on Twitter, may not be very good to run similar campaign on Instagram, or may not be very good to run similar campaign on LinkedIn. So you also need to understand your target audience. Again, it comes back to knowing who you're speaking to. And then most of the time, advertising budgets also is a very key factor. What is the size or volume of your advertising budget? That will also then determine which platform, how do you optimize your campaign across each of the different platforms, and then who you are targeting. So I think for digital advertisers, it's just to keep abreast of trends because most of these platforms, they're also getting feedback and they're also updating from time to time. They are tweaking things, they are changing things. And as business owner that is running advert on this platform, you also just have to keep abreast of these trends. As they evolve with time, you also evolve your strategy to work across each of these platforms effectively and be able to get the most what we call ROI, return on investment for your digital advertising efforts.
So what the problem a lot of business owners have is how much they should set aside for advertising, and it comes with a great deal of headache, and more so you don't understand why.
Yes.
You have a capital set out, you have to run your business, so how much should I really set aside for advertising? And so if you had to put a percentage to it, how much would you say, form of percentage, one could put out to run ads for their business?
Okay, so for me, I think one of the very important things for business owners, anybody that run business, is to have basic knowledge of numbers, right? It's very important if you run a business, have basic knowledge of numbers, maybe an Excel sheet somewhere that allows you to track basic things. So it's not a fixed figure to say dedicate this amount to your advertising spend. No. What it is at what stage is your business and what percentage of your capital expenditure can you afford to put on advertising? Are you just coming into the market and you want to grab sizable market share? If you're just coming into the market as a new entrant, you obviously want to spend a lot more on advertising. But if you've gotten to a certain stage in the market that you already have certain maybe top of mind awareness to starting a thing, then your advertising budget may not be as much as when you're just coming into the market. And again, it could also be a function of in your industry. How competitive is your industry? How are the consumers? How are they reacting to the different brands and the different players in that industry? That can also inform the amount or the percentage of your capital expenditure that are also contributing to you're dedicating to advertising. So I will not say there's a fixed figure to say this percentage of your earning as a business is what should be dedicated to advertising. But more important is also to be able to do the numbers, right? For example, let's say you sell a product for 15 naira. Maybe your product is 15 naira per pack, and then you make 10 naira on that profit on that product. You want to come back and sit to say, and then maybe in a week, and then this is me going to numbers now in how to decide or determine what amount you should be contributing, you should dedicate to advertising. So you have a product of 15 naira, and then you make a profit of 10 naira per product, and maybe you sell maybe 10 packs in a week, and then that's 10 times 10, that's 100 naira profit. Yeah. Then you're telling yourself that if I commit XYZ amount of this money into adverts, maybe it can move me selling from 10 packs per week to 15 packs per week or 20 packs per week. And then you do those numbers, right? And then when you do those numbers, it then informs you to say, okay, you know what, based on all of this that I've done, I think maybe I can be able to commit this percentage of the budget to advertising.
Now, we're talking about advertising for business growth and success. So if business starts and over time grows big with advertising, one would think that after a while they stop or reduce advertising, but they're there in your face. You Absolutely. Go online, they're almost like the first business you see for a category of product or service. They're there. Yes. And the small ones are just starting and putting some money into advertising, and some may feel like they're not getting the expected result. Is advertising really what leads to business growth?
Okay.
That's one question. Right. And then for the big businesses that are already there, the awareness is there. They become a household name. Why do they still put money? Why do they still do that extensive or vigorous advertising that on any platforms, almost on any platforms, you see them there? What is the business sense in that? You're already known, but still lots of money goes into advertising. And on the other hand, one is doing advertising, not getting result. What could be wrong?
Interesting. So I think I'll start with the second question. So for big businesses, somebody once said that when a new player enters into a market, it takes a share of the existing players in that market. So for a big business, established business, you want to guard your market share fiercely, right? You don't want some new entrants or some new entrants or some new players to come into the market share, to come into the market, to come and take off your market share. And so, and the one thing about advertising is not just to drive sales. No. Advertising is an integral part of brand building and brand sustenance over the years. I mean, there are some popular brands that, let's say maybe Coca-Cola, for example. Coca-Cola has been there for decades, years, but it still commits a huge chunk of money into advertising. It's because they've shaped our mindset and our perception about carbonated drinks over the years. And we have other brands that have become category definition. So, for example, maybe if I mention...
You didn't have to mention the name because you haven't put your money here.
Okay, all right. So there are brands that have become category names because they've sustained that top of mind. They are in your face every time. And because they want to do that consistently, because they want to safeguard their market share and they want to remain in your mind. Then coming back to the issue of small players versus big players, I think everywhere in any industry around the world, globally, that will always play out, right? That will always play out. For small businesses that are coming into certain terrains, you need to come with some unique advantage, right? What stands you out that if they put you side by side, these bigger brands, there is something that edges you. And then if you have that singular, unique advantage, you can communicate, you can double down on amplifying that to say, you know what, this is what I bring, this is the value that I bring to market. And then, like they say, the young shall grow. Start from where you are and then have what we call a moonshot plan. So say maybe over the next 3 years, over the next 5 years, over the next 10 years, this is how I want to grow my brand. You can't come into an established market and want to dominate at the beginning because they are already established players. So you can have a strategy, what we call a moonshot plan for your brand and how you want to do your advertising over a period of time. And then gradually you start growing, you start penetrating, and you start winning market share as well.
Well, if you had to look at the Nigerian business space, you know, a lot of brands have successfully, they've successfully remained in our faces.
Yes.
Yeah, you've mentioned a couple of them. But then some businesses have made mistakes. They've put in money and it hasn't returned any income. There's not been any ROI, no benefit whatsoever. I don't know if you could speak to some of the mistakes that advertisers do or businesses make during advertising that, you know, leads them to losing instead of making profit.
Okay. I think one of the first things we said on this during this session is that a bad product is a bad product. A good product is a good product. First, ensure that you have a good product. One. Then there's something we call product market fit. Does your product, does it fit the market? Is the market ready for your product? Do they need your product? Because if you bring certain product or service into a market and you don't need it, you can pour all the dollars, all the advertising dollars into advertising. You can pour all your money into advertising. People will hear about you, but people will not buy your product. They will not engage your service. So first is to have a good product, because even a good product makes it even easier for you to sell. And you have to ensure that there's a need for the product or your service, right? You have to ensure that there's a need for your product or your service. And then again, especially the conversation around in marketing or advertising, there's something we call A/B testing. It's very important. A/B testing is you go into markets, maybe you run adverts with two different approach. You do this, you do this. And then you see the result of this, you see the result of that. And then based on what you've gotten, you can be able to revise your strategy and then go back again. And then you A/B test until you realize that, okay, I think this is one that is working. So A/B testing helps you to save your advertising budget because you're testing, you're not putting in all your funds into advertising at once. Maybe you want to run a campaign, for example, and you do a TVC or a TV commercial, or maybe it's a particular creative design that you want to promote or a video. You promote this on this platform with this amount. You tweak it again with maybe it's another kind of messaging, and then you try it, and then you test before you launch out fully by the time you've you've done A/B testing very well, you realize that, okay, I think this is what works for me, and then you can go into market with that. Of course, in marketing, there's always experimentation, right? In advertising, there's always experimentation. So you can always experiment at first with maybe a minimal budget to, let me push this.
Not just pushing your whole funds into it.
Of course, not just pushing the whole funds into it. So you experiment at first. Okay, you test this works, this does not work, you get feedback. And then the interesting thing about digital advertising is, that I mentioned earlier, is the two-way conversation. So you can put up maybe a poll, for example, about a new product that you're coming to market with, or a survey, or anything that you want, maybe maybe a poll or a survey, and you get feedback from users. Maybe for some of these tech startups that want to launch certain products into the market, right? They get what we call, there's a user testing phase whereby they release a version of that product to a limited amount of people for use over a period.
Beta version.
Yes, beta version you get. And then they get feedback from those first set of users. Then they go back, they reiterate, they make that product better, and then they come into the market and then they launch. Maybe if you had launched into the market with that beta version, it would have probably failed. But you get that feedback with your beta version from a limited number of people. And that is also part of the experimentation that I talked about. So I think maybe experimentation helps you to save advertising budget, and then maybe also having that knowledge of your market, what your audience wants per time. And don't forget that we are humans. Our changes per time. Our what we want per time changes over time, and then there's trends are evolving, new things are coming to the market. We have cultural impact, and so for a tested communication or marketing professional and advertiser, you need to put in all of these factors into consideration before you launch an advertising campaign, so that you're not wasting your advertising money.
So chances are a satisfied client or customer will come back.
Absolutely.
You may have a good product, but the delivery of the product does not keep the customer satisfied, so the customer may not come back. While we're talking about the evolution of the methods and modes of advertising, you mentioned one, the very old method, word of mouth.
Yes.
What people say about your product. In today's marketing, how relevant is word of mouth?
So for me, I think every business aspiration, every brand and business aspiration is to get to a point where your customers becomes the ones who are promoting your product. Everybody needs word of mouth, because it remains the most authentic and the most organic form of marketing, word of mouth. And then part of our own, some of the strategy that we do in marketing is what we call testimonial marketing, right? So what we do is we get people who have used your product or service to come and testify to the fact that, oh, I've used this product and I've used this service. That is one form of word of mouth marketing, because every brand wants to get to that point whereby you can take a back seat, and then your customers are the ones that are selling your product. I think it's still, word of mouth still play a very, very, very critical role. And because another reason why word of mouth is also very, very powerful is because it builds trust. Word of mouth is coming from someone who has used the product and likes it, and then is able to recommend that to somebody else. So I think word of mouth is still very, very, very relevant and very powerful. And that's why brands chase testimonials, because it validates the efficacy of their service or the product that they put in the market.
All right. So over the years, as a media professional, you hear things like NPS rating, media planning service rating, and then you realize that agencies actually use these ratings to determine where they place ads.
Yes.
Right. And then the question as to how you garner or you gather or get a compilation of platforms to which you place these ads come to mind. I mean, how do you get the statistics of which ranks higher than the other? And so I want to put it to you. I mean, like for you, what do you employ? So if you want to run a campaign on a media platform, TV, or let's leave the digital aspect, what do you look to as a source of data for you to place your ads? And, what are the yardsticks and the various components of that?
All right. Thank you. So research is key for what we do. Research is very, very key. And then there's also something we call historical data, right? Because whether you like it or not, it's the past that shapes the present, and the present shapes the future. So sometimes we go to historical data to say these platforms or this channel over time, how have they performed over time? That is one. And then for traditional media platform, I'll try to get their reach, which is very, very powerful, which is very, very important to see. Maybe, for example, this XYZ platform, what is your reach? One, what is your user, how many people get to view your platform or engage with your platform? What locations do you have strength in? And then who are your audience demography in terms of what's like the age range of
people who get to listen or watch you.
What are their interests? So as a media platform, you should also have those data, and then we reach out from time to time, because we already have over time, based on what we have done over time, we've been able to put together certain historical data. And then when we need certain kind of campaigns, we just look at to say, okay, you know what, I think this platform should work for this campaign, because over time, this is what their viewer base is like, this is what their reach is like, and this is at the category of people that listen to this platform. So I think historical data helps us, and then constant researching and constantly updating our own knowledge and information base works strongly helps us. And then that's then feed into our media planning strategy, because for every campaign you want to do, beyond all of the messaging, the storytelling, and all of that, you must have what we call a media plan. And then we have expertise, people who are expert at doing what we call media planning, where they'll be able to drop each of the platforms, the relevance of those platforms to this campaign, the amount that you can possibly dedicate to each of those platforms in order to achieve the kind of result that you want.
So there's an argument between product and service. Some say it's easier to sell product than service. So I saw the title of a book, How to Sell Service. So tell me, is it more challenging to sell product or service? What are the challenges of selling service?
Okay, so this is, I would say that whatever it is you're selling, the fundamentals of marketing and advertising remains the same. That's the honest truth. The fundamentals of marketing and advertising remain the same, whether you're selling a product or you're selling a service. You still have to do your target audience analysis, you have to do the market fit, you have to do your market analysis. So I would say that, so for selling a service, think of it as a product. I don't know if you get my point, because product is tangible, service is not tangible. But you can think of service as a product and apply the same principle to sell it, because in the end, you're buying a product because you want to derive certain benefit from that product. Same way, you want to get a service. You're subscribing to a service because you want to derive certain benefits from that service. So I think the fundamentals are basically the same. Just think of it that I'm selling a product. So think of that service as something that somebody can hold, somebody can feel, right? You can use testimonial to sell your product. You can also use testimonial to sell your service. You do your research before developing a product that you go into the market for. You also do your product before coming up with a service that you want to go into the market for. But so I'll say the fundamentals are pretty much the same.
Are the fundamentals the same thing when you want to sell someone? I mean, a person's brand, a person's identity. I mean,
reputation, management.
I get, again, to be honest, something that has worked for me is I see everything through the eyes of a product. I want to sell something. I want to build a personal brand for an individual.
Yeah.
That individual is a product. The audience they're trying to reach is the target market. That individual has certain characteristics that makes that person unique. Same thing for products. This product is this. What distinguishes different products is the functional, the benefit that they give to the end users. So I see you as a person. We have a conversation and analyze you. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? And then in between all of that, I am already mapping. I'm doing like what we call a persona. I'm designing a target persona for you as an individual. And then when all of that is done, I then still use again the same approach to get into the market. So in this case now, how do you communicate? What tone do you want to communicate in? Who is your target audience? How do you want to be positioned in the marketplace or in your industry? And I'll start distilling all of those things And then I think it's, for me, it's even quite, it might even be much easier to sell an individual than even a product or a service, to be honest.
All right, finally from me, PR, public relations these days seem to be subtle. I don't know about the targeting you, but they're there in the face. How do you react to that?
Okay, I think the nature of PR is even meant to be subtle in the first place. It's meant to be subtle or strategic. And then when we talk about the whole marketing communication landscape or ecosystem, all of this, they all play role. Advertising plays its role, PR plays its role as well. I think PR is PR, to be honest. It just sometimes it could be dependent on the product or on the brand or the business that you're working with, and what is the end goal of their PR efforts that decide or determine how you approach your PR strategy. So yes, in the end, you want to build certain reputation for your brand. The end goal, you want to, same thing with advertising, you want to be top of mind of your consumer for advertising. So I think they are both sides of it, two sides of a coin, So it depends on what your end goal is as a business. At time, that determines what direction that you want to go into.
Mrs. Anani, I probably will be submitting myself to the top of branding and
not a
sell me off to whatever.
Absolutely not a problem.
He's already assured you that selling the person is easier than selling the product.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so where are you selling me to now?
Where do you want to be sold?
Okay, so we're not talking about slavery. We'll be talking about advertising and how to, of course, employ the tools, in a perfect marketing mix in order to grow your business to achieve success. In the studio and on set has been Vincent Anani, who is a marketing and communication strategist. Earlier on, we spoke about Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria, trying to see if they can find a space, a seat at the United Nations Security Council. And that comes with a lot of fight from some of the African countries who also feel deserving of a space. We had Dr. Samuel Zenda, who felt it was important that as a country, we look inwards, put our hearts together first, which if you just oppose this with advertising, package the good product, brand yourself, and you might just grow to achieve success in the end. I've been in the studio with the delectable, partner in progress, Blessing Ehichie. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for being a part of Early Exchange, watching and following through. We'd look forward to your comments, your observations, and of course the engagement. It goes further to making the show worthwhile and better. On behalf of everyone who has ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud and clear, of course the producer and everyone on the crew, thank you so much for watching. My name is Temple Bara.
Well, delectable does suit me. I just hope that TC, you're not trying to buy your way into what I do not know. But thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the show, leave us a comment on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. And you can also tell us what are your thoughts on the issues discussed today. Market Insight comes up at 11 here on SOUQ News TV. Stay with us because you will benefit a lot. That pen and book, it didn't go to waste, I'm very sure. We'll see you again tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. Bye.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. On a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare, and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because Ebin Power,
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdulkareem. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory, with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember how Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the show, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed and he sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, Soso, Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem, sir. It's what they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has that
he has the footage. You know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there were no
artists are not artists. No.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted
because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't they hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga. But funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the whole OD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had,
most definitely.
It's not a problem for you.
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Now today, that he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, Jaga Jaga, that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much? Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJT recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact.
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJT. Ask now. DJT will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we're there for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I don't go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. Tell this music come back again. Take a head, do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you the soul, BMG, we're doing it right. Now I'm back home, locked and we're kicking it tight. For my friends, we love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across with it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt, and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way, tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept, and the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, Appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff. and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. You know, in just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God, you know,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
You know, looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Oh, yes. You know, hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. You know, so I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, you know, perform before. You know, so one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, you know, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, you know, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, you know, alongside with, you know, Yinka Majekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumosun. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. You know, to speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. You know, she sells pepper soup. So they'll come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, you know, and, you know, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd. I managed to perform. I went back home. I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and he said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis, you know. told me everything and put me through everything, I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. So went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. We appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4.
Wow.
So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. This was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. Say, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. Just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since. Yeah. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I dey cry, I dey shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right,
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means like Fela said, we go here we.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow. By Dr. Bamboe.
People who come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kanu. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, he said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kanu. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus that was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So the guy, they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. Ah, I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine.
Thank you,
Taiwo.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
there is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to Market Insights. I am Lovina Emma. It's a beautiful day and I am happy to be here. So today we will discuss a pressing issue that impacts every aspect of our lives as Nigerians, and that is our energy crisis. Now, Nigeria's energy crisis is somewhat of a paradox, don't you think so? Now, the reason I say it's a paradox is because our country is blessed with abundant natural resources, yet we are still grappling with severe power shortages. Now, Nigeria holds Africa's largest gas reserves and is ranked 8th globally for its gas reserves. And the country, in addition to this, also faces an ironic dilemma. That is, that despite its vast energy reserves, millions of people in this country live without access to electricity, and this has hindered economic growth and development. Now imagine trying to run a business, a school, your household, even a media organization. Now without reliable electricity, this is going to be a daily struggle, and this is what millions of Nigerians face every day. Now the impact is far-reaching, affecting everything from economic growth, healthcare, education. So what is causing this energy paradox? Now, is it a lack of resources, or is it a matter of mismanagement? So this morning, we will explore these questions and more with our expert guest. And he's going to share his insights into the challenges we face and the potential solutions that could transform Nigeria's energy landscape. So join us after the break as we unravel the complexities of this issue and discuss how we can harness our potential to build a brighter future for our nation.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Thank you for watching the program. Now, to discuss these issues affecting our energy sector in terms of our huge gas reserves, we have an oil and gas expert who has joined us virtually this morning, and his name is SOUQ Ogunjemiyo. He's an oil and gas expert and also a stockbroker. So he has joined us virtually this morning on Market Insights. Have you on the program this morning, SOUQ Ogunjemiyo. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Good morning.
Okay. Good
Nice to
morning
be
to
on your
you
program.
also. I'm glad to have you on the
Morning, Abby.
program. Now,
Yeah,
I talked
thank you.
about our huge gas reserves, what we have in Nigeria, and we have an estimated 209 trillion standard cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves. And Nigeria also holds Africa's largest gas reserves and is ranked 8th globally, but the country is still facing frequent power outages, feedstock shortages, high electricity costs, and this has been stalling our economic growth, and it's frustrating millions of Nigerians, which is such a big paradox. Now, what do you think has been the cause of this issue for so long?
Well, looking at the hindsight, initially, the gas was made for export, the gas reserve, and also looking at when oil was initially, the initial reason why the IOC came to Nigeria, the International Oil and Gas Company came to Nigeria initially was to explore for oil, not to explore for gas. So all the contracts that were signed at that time were based on oil. So gas was like a waste product. Yeah, at that time. So it was just flat. So there was no deliberate effort or any policy to monetize this gas. So to change the paradigm, it's now become a little bit difficult going back and say, okay, you now have to invest in gas. When the issue of, okay, let's now look at gas. Gas is a resource, it's valuable all over the world, and it's especially for electricity and for house warming, gas is a resource. At that time, the issue was also, where's the market for this gas? That if I produce the gas, where do I market it? Where does it go? That there's no local demand for gas at that time. And at that time, too, the main source of our electricity was hydroelectric power. So there was no any effort to deliver gas to the domestic industry. So before the issue of they now come with NLNG, that's the liquefied natural gas program, the project, which is now one of the most successful investments the country ever had. So the NLNG was initiated, and gas for that project was basically for export. So if the industry, when you talk about gas line, you will be saying export line. So there was no any plan to use this gas locally. So everything was based on export. So there are no pipeline locally to supply the local industry. There are no deliberate cluster of industry where this gas will go. And since in this part of the world, we don't need to warm our houses, so there's no need for gas to warm the houses. So everybody is fine. So the gas there was no initial use for gas. So the infrastructure is not there. So we didn't build any infrastructure. So the gas was stranded. They're being fled. So that's the major reason why there is no investment in gas in the initial stage. So, but when the population start growing, the needs start growing for gas. So now to revert it, so you now have to bring up other policies, incentive for the IOCs to now start considering gas. So there were some obligation, but the issue also was there is that where is the market? So how much will the domestic be able to take out of this gas? Because gas require huge investment. So they now start doing it a kind of integrated project where there is oil and gas. So they do integrated oil and gas project. Now try to build a gas plant. So hadn't been, so the gas that were developed initially were actually developed because of the oil there. So it's not that there were any deliberate effort to develop the gas on itself, because they didn't see the economics as right at that time. That's basically what happened in the past.
Okay, yes. Thank you for taking us through this, and from where we started when we discovered oil, and also to our discovery of gas, and the fact that yes, it was a resource that we didn't really tap into its potential. But looking at what we have right now in the country, we do have more investments in our gas industry right now. There are more infrastructures now, even though it still needs to be, we still need to tap into the gas reserves in Nigeria. Now, over the years, there have been attempts to unlock these gas reserves, but it's not really had any effect so far. Now, some critics are of the opinion that has been an absence of political will to deal with this. Do you agree with this? What are your thoughts?
Well, I won't say there have been political will. I would say government have also made a lot of effort, because what I'm privy to in the past were situations where there were enablers. So there were enablers that NNPC came up with, which was ratified by the federal government for companies to invest in gas. So they have incentive to do that. So those incentives were a kind of political will, because if they don't want to encourage such investment, they won't give those incentives. So the thing is that the economic was also not completely right, because somebody that his main focus, his main reason for coming to the industry is to exploit oil. So you are now telling him to redirect his attention, to re-strategize, to invest in gas. So, and the pipeline is a major issue, especially on land. So the pipeline are not there. So who is going to build this pipeline? Is government ready to build it? It requires a lot of funding to build the pipeline. And this pipeline, if you build this pipeline, so where's the market for the gas? Market was a real thing until recently. So, and since gas cannot be stored, gas cannot be stored like oil. So you cannot, you either take it or pay for it. If you produce it, if you are producing gas for a power plant and the power plant is not is shut down at that moment, so that means you cannot, there's no way you can store that gas for the power plant. That means you have to stop production completely. So it's a kind of a very serious matter. So when you write gas contract, you usually write a take or pay contract. So the guy take it or he pay for it. If he doesn't take it, he will still have to pay for it when he doesn't take it. So it's a very complex contract. Unlike oil that you could store in it, you could put in storage, or you can take it elsewhere. So if elsewhere you don't have pipeline going to that place, so there's no way you can utilize that gas. So this has been a lot of issues. So it's not just government policy. Government not having political will. It's because of the complexity of gas, of utilization of gas in it as a resource.
But still on this, Mr. Ogunjemi, yes, still on this factor, do you think maybe was it the government really did not understand the potentials of this resource, so they just decided to keep it aside for some time? Because if you look at the way the world is right now in the 21st century, we do have more people using gas for many things. So we still can't be thinking the way we're thinking back in the 20th century. A lot of things have changed. So do you think we need to partner with more professionals in the gas industry so that we can tap into our gas potentials in Nigeria?
Yes, we need to have more deliberate efforts. We try to partner with, with the right people, with the professionals. Funding is a major issue, is a long-term business. It's not a short-term business. On the local front, like if you say gas to power, gas to industry, then gas for house, the one you use for household and other things. So the gas to power, yes, we are using that very well. That's where we are utilizing gas very well now. We have a lot of power plants now very active in the country. So gas to industry, we are still not there yet because we don't have those industry clusters where this gas we filled. So, and that's why when you come up with a gas project, then you will now be looking at, okay, where is this gas? Where's the market for this gas? So you might have an industrial park. So maybe these are some of the things the government needs to work on how to have an industrial park. I think they're already working on some of them. Some of them are already in the offing. So these industrial parks and also gas for exports, although we are good at that. We have the NLNG, we have been very successful. And I think they are also talking about brass LNG. The gas offshore, they are also talking of, I think recently they signed a floating NLNG, a floating LNG project, yeah, with a company recently. So that's also coming on board. So now that they're saying it's a decade of gas, I believe they are making more concerted effort to ensure that the gas is harnessed. But in this part of the world, we may not be able to harness it like the Western world, whereby the gas is more useful and they have what's it called? What will I say? They have purchasing power in that regard. So government still needs to do a lot in a way to ensure that this gas is monetized, else it will remain stranded there.
Okay, yes, okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. Ogunjemiyo. Yes, okay, as you know, in our country, according to the International Gas Union report, we are currently the eighth position in terms of liquefied natural gas exporters globally. And we've been having, in addition, Nigeria has been having lingering issues of gas flaring. And we know that we can actually use this gas to power our households in this country now, but that hasn't been the case now. So what do you make of all these various pipeline projects that are currently on board right now? Because with all this gas flaring, it doesn't seem these projects have not been helping so far. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, on the flaring side, what government has done recently is to lease out those flare sites to companies that can utilize this gas. So, and some of these companies are already coming up with technologies that can utilize this gas, that can reduce this flare or eliminate the flare completely. So the flare side have been licensed to some companies. I think that's in the gas monetization program of the Ministry of Petroleum. I think it's now anchored by NUPRC also, the program. So on that side, so we will see less flare in the near future. We'll see less flare, if not totally eliminated. And also NUPRC with the former DPR has now put on what will I say, steep penalty. So the penalty for flaring is much higher. So you will rather not flare. So you find a way of eliminating the flare. And for the IOC, the international company, because of the emission strategy they are trying to work on globally. So it's also helping the system to reduce flare as well. For the pipeline, yes, the pipeline is a major issue, which is the main infrastructure. There is a gas master plan, and there are some pipelines that needed to be constructed, like the AKK pipeline is a major one. Behind the last time we heard about it, I think they will complete it by next year or thereabouts. So that's a major pipeline, and that will help to utilize a lot of the gas. And the OBOB pipeline, which is the OB3 pipeline, is also a major one that is, I understand, will also be commissioned very soon. And those will help also to harness the gas for domestic use. So the infrastructure is coming up.
I also want to add. Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Ogunjemiyo?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, like we have recently launched in 2021. This was launched in 2021, the Decade of Gas Initiative. Now, its aim is to make natural gas the backbone of Nigeria's energy sector. Now, it's just one of the few initiatives that was supposed to expand our gas to power projects. But these measures have been slow to materialize, if you have noticed. And yes, there have been infrastructural gaps and regulatory bottlenecks. But how do we get past all these to ensure that these actually materialize and that we're actually using gas to power our country here in Nigeria?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get your question. So,
in 2021, we had the gas to power initiative. We're supposed to launch this process of using gas to power our energy sector here in Nigeria. But we've been having a lot of issues in terms of infrastructural gaps and regulatory bottlenecks. They've been hampering this progress. Now, how do we move past all this to ensure that this actually materializes in this country?
Yeah, in terms of regulation, they are not doing badly on regulation. The regulation is the regulatory environment is for me is friendly for investment in gas, but the main issue there is because the component of the investment, the upstream part. Okay, who produced this gas? You have to drill the well. Then who take this gas? So you have to take it through the pipeline. So You produce the gas, you transport it. Transporting it is a challenge. It's unlike the oil that you can produce, so you get it to the terminal, and vessels load them and move them away. But gas, you require a lot of infrastructure. You have to compress it, or you have to move it through pipeline. So this require one time to build the pipeline, require time to build the processing plant, require time. So all these require a very long lead time. So at the end of the day, things are going on. You will be wondering what they are doing, but a lot of things will be going on that because it has not materialized, and sometimes funding is an issue. Funding, and also before you start gas project, before you even start the gas project, you must they want to know who is the buyer. So it's before you produce the gas, you want to know who is the buyer. So like you must have a purchase agreement before you even go into the project. Because if you don't do that, then you build that infrastructure, you can't produce the gas at the end of the day. So market is still, whether we like it or not, market is still a major issue in the country. So is the market ready to take the gas? So the power plant, how many are they? Yeah, the power plant, are we ready to build more of the power plant? So how long does it take to build power plant? So a lot of these things will take a long time, 5 years, 7 years, even 10 years. So before they materialize.
Well, that's a very long time, because as you know, in this country, power is what we need for basically everything. Whether you're at home, whether you're running a business, you need power efficiently to be able to carry out all this. So do you think the government needs to invest more into our gas sector, or we need more foreign investment in this industry?
Well, we need more investment, whether foreign or local, although since the government don't have the resources to invest, it's foreign investment that we rely on a lot. So, and we don't just get this. We should also look at building, what I mean, you look at building the power plants close to the source. So to evacuate it to other places, build the power plant to supply this gas to produce this gas into this pipeline to supply the plant. So if we can have power plant close to the source of the gas, so but it also have the challenge of how to evacuate the power at the end of the day. So you will have these challenges here and there. So I think the pipeline is very, very important. They should just build pipeline and to take this gas from the source to the market.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Ogunjemiyo. Yes, we'll go on a break now. When we return, we're going to discuss how we can tackle this industry and suggest ways to make it more transparent for all the actors involved and for the citizens of this country. So join us after the break.
The amount of gas flared in the first 6 months of this year can provide electricity to more than 3 million households, according to findings of experts in a report published in Lagos. An estimated 148.7 million standard cubic feet of gas were flared in the first half of this year, according to the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. According to the United States Energy Information Association, 1 megawatt of electricity can produce electricity to 1,000 households. By implication, the gas flared in the first half of this year can provide electricity to at least 3.5 million households. The value of gas flared stood around $360 million, a potential source to the foreign exchange woes by Nigeria. This is the focus of today's news talk, which discusses ways of utilizing gas flared and wasting away. I am Bayo Olawi. Nigeria has been struggling with a prolonged foreign exchange shortage, which has slowed down economic growth, depreciated the naira, and worsened inflation. Nigeria has an installed power generating capacity of around 13.014 megawatts and an operating capacity of 4,000 megawatts, according to the Nigerian Electricity System Operator. As a result, power generation remains a significant challenge. More than 100 Nigerians lack access to electricity, and over 75% of the nation lacks access to clean cooking energy. The special advisor to the president on energy, Olu Behejen, noted that despite all the interventions and subsidies, million Nigerians still do not have access to consistent and affordable electricity. According to her, the lack of access directly impacted the ability of citizens to achieve meaningful income growth, limited productivity, and restricted economic expansion. Mrs. Olu Behejen pointed out that the link between electricity consumption and economic development was well established across different income strata. Nigeria is no stranger to energy challenges, and the high spate of blackouts in country highlights the inefficiencies plaguing the country's energy sector. A few weeks ago, the national electricity grid experienced a partial collapse, plunging some parts of the country into darkness. That was the 7th time the country experienced partial collapse in 2024, leading to total blackouts in most parts of the country. Since the grid was privatized 10 years ago, it has collapsed over 141 times, highlighting the persistent issues within the power sector. Experts stress the urgent need for gas commercialization, stricter regulation, development of floating liquefied natural gas (FNLG), and revisions to the Petroleum Industry Act to address these challenges. An oil and gas expert, Praye David Orodu, told me that in a discussion that it was important to make practical efforts towards gas commercialization supported by a strong infrastructure network. Orodu noted that some of the liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) used domestically was imported, adding uncertainty to the supply chain, stressing that by promoting gas commercialization, the country could attract investment, thereby reducing the reliance on imports. He was of the view that by harnessing natural gas, which was a cleaner source of energy, it could help to propel investment in gas turbines and generate electricity. According to him, Nigeria was not doing enough as a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, Gas Exporting Countries Forum. This is Bayo Olawi.
Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights. And this morning we are discussing Nigeria's energy paradox, and we're examining the challenges and solutions of this. And to discuss this issue with us is our guest who has joined us virtually, and his name is Mascot Ogunjemiyo. He's an oil and gas expert and also a stockbroker. So thank you for joining us this morning, Mascot Ogunjemiyo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, yes. So before we went on the break, I mentioned that some experts have stated that the gas industry, it lacks transparent regulation and it doesn't have a very effective gas distribution management. Now, what are your thoughts on these issues affecting the gas industry in Nigeria? Hear me, Mr. Ogunjemiyo.
Yeah, you were asking me the
in
issues
the
with
oil and gas industry have cited issues like lack of transparent regulation, ineffective gas distribution management as major issues affecting Nigeria's gas industry. So what are your thoughts on this?
okay, on the transparency in and the policy, well, I wouldn't. Yeah, and distribution management. Well, I wouldn't say the policy is not transparent. The system has its issue. The policies are there, they are clear, and the enablers are known to all. I think even there was a time that and people, especially in policies that time, or when there are incentive, people look at the loopholes, they utilize the loophole in the system, they utilize it. I remember when the incentive, when you import anything, government even create an incentive to the extent that when you import anything that support the harnessing of gas or the utilization of gas or monetization of gas, maybe a compressor or whatever, or of those kind. So there were waiver like tax waiver, you have a tariff waiver on them. So, and to my knowledge, people were capitalizing on this loophole. So whatever they use the opportunity to import things that are not even directly going to be used to harness the gas. So they import it because maybe they look like it, they have similar function. So, and get this waiver. So, and they push, Nigerians are human and they are funny human beings. So they find their way into the system and they get this waiver because of the incentive because of the monetary advantage it provides. So these are the policies are there, they are good, they are clear, but people capitalize on it and take advantage of it. A lot of companies take advantage of those policies and make money from it. Not necessarily that the people in the system are that corrupt, but people take advantage of the system. People take advantage of their knowledge, limited knowledge as well, when some of these policies are in place. So I will say that has not, those are some of the fallback of some of the policies. And these were put in place actually to utilize for domestic utilization, monetization of gas. So I don't want to go into detail of this. Then you talk about the distribution as well. Is it can you come back with that again?
I talked about the distribution management, that we don't really have an effective gas distribution management in the country. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I agree with that. There's no effective distribution management, but government has tried to also improve on that. That's why we have this gas aggregation company, which is like a wholesale or a distributor of the gas, like somebody that's standing between the buyer and the seller of the gas, so to create some liquidity in the market. But these also have not work very well, because sometimes you have the buyers, not the power plant too. They don't pay. Sorry, the electricity distribution company. Let's come to electricity distribution company now. They will be owing the power plant. Yeah, the power plant will be owing the upstream guy, the gas producer, and you find out there's a lot of gap in the liquidity management. So these have not worked well. The distribution of the gas, and there are no enough clusters to harness this gas. So that still needs to be worked on. Industry clusters, then maybe floating LNG will help, that such that when there is no, the pipeline have some issues, they can take gas through the floating LNG. They can take spot gas the way it happened all over the world. So they can also look at that. But right now we don't have any floating LNG. If you look at Dangote, if Dangote does not get his crude here in Nigeria, he gets it abroad. So, but if you don't, for our power plant now, if the pipeline cannot supply them power, then what can they do? They have to shut down. They have to shut down the power plant if they can't get gas. So there should be alternative supply of the gas, so in the system, so that when there is outage somewhere, then you can get supply from the other sources. So those are some of the things that needs to be looked at.
Yes. Can you hear me, Mr. Ogunjamio?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, I understand what you are saying, but we've been hearing of the national grid collapsing every now and then. So one would expect that this is the best time to put in more focus into the gas industry and really tap into its potentials. As you know, natural gas is the major source of electricity production in Nigeria. I mean, last year we had about 79.5% of the country's electricity generation from gas. But you know that in Nigeria, over 85 million Nigerians lack access to electricity, and the federal government has also mobilized about $4.5 million for an on-grid and off-grid power supply in the country. Now, what do you think the challenges are with regards to tapping into using gas for electricity, as with how abundant gas is in Nigeria? What do you think the challenges are, and how do we solve it?
Yeah, the challenges with using gas for electricity is still the outage that we may have. But right now, I think if we look at our generation, I think the last time I heard about it, we're generating about 13,000 megawatt of 13,000 megawatt. Yes, I don't know if you have the correct figure there. The last time I heard about it, this is reasonable, but we have so much losses in transmission. I think where the investment needs to go now, especially in the area of power generation, is transmission and distribution, because there are a lot of wastages there. So if we can manage what we produce now very well, I'm sure the power problem of the country will be, to a reasonable extent, resolved. So, and if we continue to build the power plant, to add more to the power plant as well. So where we're having losses, more losses, is in generation and transmission. Sorry, is in distribution and transmission. So the distribution channels are not efficient enough. So we have a lot of losses there, and the transmission are not efficient enough. So a lot of the losses we've had, the grid collapse, I'm not an expert in that area, were not actually, a lot of them were not actually due to the outage of the power plant. I think it's it's more of related to loads in the transmission system. So they are not necessarily related to power outages from the power plant. So the government still need to do a lot of work on it. I think where they now need to focus much effort on is the transmission and distribution aspect of our electricity.
Transmission and distribution aspect of our electricity, and you also mentioned that the government needs more funding to be able to carry out this effective, to ensure that there's an effective distribution system in the gas industry. Okay, but I want us to discuss the CNG, compressed natural gas in Nigeria. Now, recently we have deployed CNG as an option because it is cleaner and it's a more sustainable alternative to petrol and diesel, and it is also being presented as a solution to ease the pressure in Nigeria's transportation sector. However, some experts have argued that the efforts to implement widespread use of CNG is not very adequate. And although there are infrastructures, I have seen some CNG stations here in Lagos and in other states in Nigeria. It still remains very slow, the spread of CNG stations in Nigeria. So now, how do we execute this properly in terms of the use of CNG in our transportation sector, so that Nigerians can be better off and they don't have to keep relying on petrol?
Yeah, CNG is a laudable project. It's a laudable technology. It works, but for it to have full penetration, it's going to take a long time, and the initial investment that is also required yet, because the CNG, the availability of the CNG is also one. Then to create the stations to convert, I think the biggest challenge would be in the conversion of the vehicles to CNG. So that will take a long time, and a lot of people have that concern that will it going to work? Is it going to destroy my vehicle? Is it going to spoil my car? Or do I just why should I do CNG? So it's going to take a lot of challenge even for people to really buy into the CNG project. I'm sure you have not converted your car, even if you have the opportunity to convert. I don't know if you will voluntarily do that, if there is no a kind of guarantee, or if you don't have another car to use. So this is for me. It's just a supplementary thing. It's not going to go that far. It's just going to be a supplementary technology. The main technology in the industry for vehicular movement transportation will still be either electric vehicle or the gasoline type that we're seeing now. That's the way I see the technology. I have my concern about CNG.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Mascot Ogunjemiyo, for joining us this morning on the program Market Insights as we discuss Nigeria's energy paradox with our abundant gas reserves and how we are still finding a lot of challenges in terms of electricity and using these gas reserves to power a lot of things in our country. Thank you for also sharing solutions to these issues affecting our gas sector. Many thanks for joining us on the program, and we do hope you can join us again on Market Insights.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Now let's look at the money markets this morning. How the naira is faring, selling against the dollars, pound sterling, and the euro. So for today, Thursday, 3rd October, we're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So at the CBN rates, the dollar is currently selling at 1,560 naira to $1. At the parallel market rate, it is selling at 1,671 naira to $1. For the pound sterling, at the CBN rate, it is selling at 2,084 naira to £1 sterling. At the parallel market, it is selling at 2,191 naira to £1 sterling. And for the euro, it is selling at 1,927 naira to €1. At the parallel market, it is selling at 1,844 naira to €1. So those are our money market figures. Yes, at the parallel markets for the euro, the CBN rate is higher than the parallel market rate. So the same thing applies too for the other currencies. So for the dollars, the parallel market figure is higher than the CBN rate, and for the pound sterling, the parallel market figure is also higher than the CBN rate. It's only the euro that the CBN rate is higher than the parallel market rate. So those are our money market figures this morning. Thank you so much for watching the program Market Insights, as my guest and I discuss challenges affecting Nigeria's gas industry and ways to solve these challenges, and how we can also tap into reducing gas flaring in the country, and how we can actually use this gas to power our homes and power our businesses. As you know, gas flaring, the electricity generated from this is over 3,401 megawatts, and that can be used for a lot of homes across this country. Thank you so much for watching this program, and do share your comments on all our social media platforms. I am your host, Lovina Emma. Do stay tuned to the news updates on SOUQ News Television.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
About 39 dams spread across the 6 southwestern states are potential economic benefits to both the agricultural and industrial aspirations of the region, but for the obsolete and disgraceful look they are now wearing. A tour of the facilities show that they have been poorly maintained, grossly underutilized. Indeed, The dams account for about 12.7% of the estimated water needed in Nigeria, and experts believe that if they are not put to maximum use, they can boost agriculture and food production, improve the state's internally generated revenue (IGR), and increase employment. Given the federal government's proposed $500 million loan to ensure the safety of dams across the country, it has become imperative for political leaders in the region to begin reassessing dams with the political will to bring them to optimum performance. Apart from the average purpose of water supply and fisheries, which most of the dams in the southwest currently constructed to generate hydroelectricity for surrounding communities have hardly served objective in the last 3 or 4 decades since they were built. About 75% of the dams in the country were constructed for domestic and industrial water supply. 33% were built for irrigation and water storage. 29% were meant for fisheries, and 16% were aimed at recreation, and 4% hydroelectricity. But alas, no dam in the southwest region currently functions beyond 50% capacity, and others were discovered to have been abandoned. For instance, some major and multi-purpose dams like the Onya Dam in Ogun State, Owena Dam in Ondo State, Ikere Gorge in Oyo State, Ashedire Dam in Oyo State, and others constructed with an intent to produce electricity have hardly performed to such capacity since they were built. It was learned that apart from the fact that over 85% of the major dams in the country are located in other region because of the poor rainfall in the area, more government attention over the years seems to have been given to dams in the region at the expense of the ones in the south. Perhaps one reason adduced for this is that the northern region is said to have less rainfall compared with the south. Therefore, the zone might need dams for more irrigation purposes. Another finding is that many of the political leaders in the southwest have been paying lip service to dam capacity and maintenance over the years, which perhaps had resulted in poor agricultural products, a lack of water supply in most cases, and flood disasters. It is the same story of dam failure or inadequate performance from Oyo State, which has the largest concentration of dams, to Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Lagos states. The dams are simply not functioning up to their full capacity and may therefore need urgent attention and maintenance by the appropriate authorities. Among the challenges affecting dams in the region is the poor or lack of electricity supply. Findings reveal that none of the dams can be easily operated by power generating sets. Sediments are also another challenge hampering the capacity and performance of most dams in the southwest. Sediments have rendered the water in several dams unfit for use, especially for fishing purposes, and in some cases lead to massive flooding whenever the dams overflow their banks. Another challenge facing the dams is obsolete equipment or lack of appropriate maintenance of facilities. Ironically, some of the dams were never seen completed after construction began. For instance, the Ashedire Dam, which cuts across the Oyo and Osun boundary at Ashedire, is said to have been redundant for more than 5 years due to lack of power supply. Some years back, the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company (IBEDC) cut off its supply, citing up unpaid bills. Ashedire, whose capacity is lower than that of Ikere Gorge and other major dams, needs at least 4.4 megawatts of power. According to the diesel price to run such a dam, Eleyele Dam in Ibadan also faces a similar electricity challenge to Ashedire. However, the dam is still supplying water to nearby communities and some corporate organizations. Most of the underground pipes that carry water to households are currently in bad shape, and it will take a lot of money to rehabilitate them. So, what are the governors of the southwest region of the country doing with the robust allocations they receive and the loans they have taken both locally and internationally? Your guess is as good as mine. I am Bayo Olawi.
Welcome to the news update. I am Lavina Emma. The World Bank has expressed interest in collaborating with Nigeria's Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to enhance the country's maritime sector. During a meeting on Wednesday, leader of the World Bank delegation, Leah Sieghart, highlighted the importance of fostering a sustainable and integrated blue economy. SIGHAT also applauded Nigeria's recent establishment of the ministry as a strategic move towards maritime development. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, emphasized that the fishery and aquaculture industries are top priorities, with efforts underway to regulate and support sustainable practices. He noted that the ministry's plans to reduce fish importation by promoting local production and creating attractive opportunities for young Nigerians in the sector. Oyetola welcomed the World Bank's expertise and pledged to Nigeria's readiness to collaborate in developing the marine economy, noting that this partnership will be key to boosting the nation's economic growth and ensuring sustainable management of its maritime resources. The federal government has initiated rehabilitation works on the failed sections of the Benin-Asaba Highway, addressing significant traffic disruptions and challenges faced by motorists. The Federal Controller of Works in Delta State, Matthew Oga, confirmed that repairs will be completed within a week, as the highway's poor condition has led to severe gridlocks. The contractor responsible for the project had previously begun work on the highway but encountered some issues due to the recent rainy season, particularly in the Asaba area. Oga assured motorists that immediate palliative measures have already been implemented and materials are being mobilized to the site for further repairs. The rehabilitation projects, originally slated for completion over 3 years, will focus on one side of the road at a time to maintain vehicle flow. Oga expressed confidence that these efforts will soon alleviate the ongoing traffic challenges. Delta State's Commissioner for Works, Charles Aniagu, had previously urged a federal intervention for the road's rehabilitation. Mozambique's ruling party candidate, Daniel Chapo, is poised to win the upcoming election, and his campaign slogan, "Let's get to work," hints at his focus on economic development. Chapo, a 47-year-old high school teacher, is expected to prioritize the completion of 2 liquefied natural gas projects in northern Cabo Delgado province, which have been stalled due to security concerns. To achieve this, Chapo will likely continue relying on Rwanda's military, which was brought in by the current president, Filipe Nyusi, in 2021 to support local troops. Chapo's presidency is expected to maintain continuity in Mozambique's relationships with international partners. His introduction to Rwandan President Paul Kagame as in June was seen as a nod to this continuity. The European Union is already a significant funder and is considering further support for Rwandan efforts to address the insurgency. Total Energies and ExxonMobil, investors in the LNG project, are waiting for security improvements to resume work. The global market has experienced a mixed performance, with Asian shares retreating from a 32-month peak as Hong Kong rally took a breather. However, Japan's Nikkei jumped by 2% after the central bank governor hinted at cautious monetary policy, reducing the likelihood of rate hikes. The US dollar strengthened, particularly against the yen, 1-month low. Meanwhile, the sterling and the euro softened ahead of key economic data releases. Oil prices rose due to Middle East tensions, while gold hovered near record highs. The Wall Street remained steady, with Treasury yields yielding after a strong private payrolls data. Markets now anticipate a lower likelihood of rate cuts by the Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank. The focus shifts to Friday's non-farm payrolls data, which could influence monetary policy decisions. Despite geopolitical tensions, investors remain optimistic about economic growth, driving gains in select markets. The mixed performance reflects ongoing adjustments in monetary policy and shifting economic expectations, with investors weighing and impacting the central bank decisions on global markets. Australia is taking proactive measures to ensure the safety of its citizens in Lebanon, with Foreign Minister Penny Wong announcing the securing of 580 airline seats for citizens of permanent residence and their families to leave the country. This effort is part of a broader initiative to assist the approximately 15,000 Australians who normally reside in Lebanon, with 1,700 having already registered their desire to depart. The urgency to leave is amplified by the volatile security situation, and Wong emphasized that now is the time to take action, rather than them waiting. To facilitate a smooth exit, Australia has organized flights departing on Thursday and Saturday, in addition to earlier flights this week. However, the success of these departures hinges on Beirut Airport remaining operational. As a contingency, Australia has positioned military aircrafts in Cyprus, but commercial flights will remain the primary focus. Wong stressed that the situation is precarious and the government is working diligently to ensure citizen safety. Australians in Lebanon are advised to register with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, stating that this registration portal will stay informed through Smart Traveller. And that's the news update at this hour. Many thanks for watching. I am Lovina Emma.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America, because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So if I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover city, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. that goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, two shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians, They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, and they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. We can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, you know, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, you know, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Nahu. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, you know, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, I mean, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, you know, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like Generadi Jedidu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, you know, this cultural milieu and bringing, you know, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, you know, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, you know, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, whatever, which you don't even know where the man, you know, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, Where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody. They will do a census. They will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just battling in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, He came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong? Why did it?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in the WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. They tore it up. Said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. the image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight that wasn't really what happened, and that you know, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, you know, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others, you know, coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, you know, would ask me a question that, you know, because in the past, you know, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, you know, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, you know, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, you know, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like those different stages. It's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone to, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyniko Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated after a while. One steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house the other day. He says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only had connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Tekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
No country is safe or secure. And in 6 years' time, it may be very difficult. I'm a realist where might is right for Nigeria to say that we are going to be safe and secure. 6 years is no utopia.
Indeed, there are many factors that contribute to a nation attaining total security. Such factors include food security, economic security, energy security, and the security of the territorial boundary of the nation. Nigeria as a nation has not been successful in attaining security at any of the level above. The issue of insecurity is one that is inflicting pain and hardship on the people while successfully crippling the economy. Speaking at the Founders Day event during the King's College Old Boys Association week-long event, retired Major General T.A. Gagariga highlighted strategies that can be used to quell insecurity, placing emphasis on border security.
But if we want to achieve a secure Nigeria by 2030, there are some little things we can do to establish that is in terms of border security, and that is what? Improve your border control measures, increase your border patrols, introduce surveillance and technology, introduce drones, and then introduce biometrics. These are some little things that we can do within that six-year timeline that we would achieve national security. Indeed, one aspect that causes this border insecurity is the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement, which allows everything from human beings to animals to cross.
General Gagariga posited that insecurity would have been a thing of the past if successive governments had consolidated on the strategies adopted by their predecessors. According to him, the amnesty program was a good initiative. Gagariga also stated that illicit weapons finding their ways into the country can be tracked.
As at the time when the amnesty program started, weapons were tracked. If you can recall, the weapons were destroyed in Enugu after they were being retrieved from Port Harcourt, Benin, and Calabar. Those are the three collection centers for the department. So they were and then for every weapon you brought, there was a particular incentive that was given to the person bringing the weapons. And then amongst the incentives was actually the capacity building, capability development program. That's what we do now in the Amnesty International framework.
In attendance at the event are the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, former Minister of Finance, Munsa Mukhtar, the Managing Director of Sahara Group, Tony Udeowie, among so many others. The President, KCOBA, Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, took all those present at the Founders Day event down memory lane about the college.
Translated, it means the king drove me here. Construction began almost immediately after on this ground, so that by September 1909, King's College was ready for his first set of students. And the first assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who was conscripted from the survey department to come and lead the assembly because Mr. Charles Dunlop, was unable to make the trip, and another principal had to be employed. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly on the 20th, Monday the 20th of September 1909. So Mr. Lomax left in January 2010 and was replaced by Mr. Hyde Johnson. I go through this history so that the present boys may know why we commemorate this date and hold it forever in their memories.
It has become more urgent for Nigeria to find a way around insecurity for economic activities to thrive in the nation. Ifoma Ugunze, reporting for SOUQ News.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the Titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. this is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. The Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year there is always an increase of 10% recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
So it's another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Xenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Xenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Tenor was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization (FAO). Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage, with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was yet to be fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Miss Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych. long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven and the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Dume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
It's another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system
but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes, but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, no, let me say, it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they were killed because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again, we want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure, but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because he has some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have. But that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times, a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem you have for us there is that he created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still want that new government now, they should give them more states. That is not good. Population will be rising up. And we don't have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in SOUQ, a place that I will pay from there to Oshodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Oshodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo ru ṣókóńdọ̀ tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 4,000 but things so to be 5+. Ó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́ èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ̀.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀ agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀ àwọn onílé tá à ń gbàrú èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù kí ìjọba wa kàn bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know this is a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just manage it everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mine. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That's what I have to say.
1980, so I finished school. But now, even though to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people now in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people was complaining, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jack on Day, bid house. Now to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president wants to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transport station in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kari Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an assistant inspector general police, AIG, in the Nigerian police force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Froze, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005 during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years, by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Salome Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ, based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi.
Fashion traced back to ancient times, where clothing served practical purposes and showcased societal hierarchies. In ancient civilizations like Egypt, Greece, and Rome, clothing became a symbol of status. The revival era marked a shift towards fashion as a form of self-expression and the Industrial Revolution, which made stylish clothing accessible to a broader audience. The 20th century witnessed a rapid evolution, democratizing fashion and impacting people of all ages through cultural movements and influencing designers. In today's digital age, the influence of fashion has expanded further, connecting with fashion events, social media influencers, and celebrity showcase as they keep on transforming the industry, making trends more accessible globally. As contemporary fashion shows became viral, its origin can be traced back to the 1860s, when the innovative English fashion designer Charles Frederick Worth revolutionized the presentation of his creations in Paris by employing live models instead of traditional mannequins. This groundbreaking approach soon gained popularity, and by the early 90s, similar events called fashion parades had begun to emerge in cities like London, New York, and today all over the globe. Statistics revealed a significant rise in virtual events as innovative virtual fashion shows gained prominence, especially during times limiting physical gatherings. Although the fashion industry faces challenges such as rapidly shifting consumer preferences, sustainability and ethical concerns, intense competition, supply chain disruptions, and issues related to counterfeiting and intellectual property, all of which require strategic adaptation and innovation to navigate effectively. Opportunities abound, such as leveraging digital platforms for e-commerce expansion, tapping into emerging markets, fostering collaborations with influencers and celebrities for brand exposure, among others. In all, the fashion industry has become a universal language, shaping culture and influencing individuals across age groups. Aureolua James, SOUQ News.
As we mark the 64th independence anniversary of this great country, we take a look at some of the historic infrastructure that adorn the city of Lagos. No matter their state and status right now, they give all of us with nostalgia and patriotism as they bring back memories dating back many years ago. In today's news talk, I'll be focusing on the iconic Tinubu Fountain, which is part of Tinubu Square, right in the heart of Central Business District of Lagos Island. I am Bayo Olaoye. The Tinubu Fountain, situated in the bustling heart of Lagos Island, is a significant cultural and historical monument that pays tribute to one of Nigeria's influential figures, Abibatu Mogaji Tinubu. Born in 1916, Abibatu was a formidable market leader and a champion for the rights of traders, particularly women. Her legacy was intricately woven into the fabric of Lagos' social-economic landscape, making the fountain a fitting homage to her contributions. Abibatu Mogaji Tinubu rose to prominence in the 19th century as a formidable force in Lagos' vibrant market scene. She was instrumental in advocating for the welfare of traders, working tirelessly to improve their working conditions and livelihoods. As the Yaloja market leader of the famous Cairo market, she played a crucial role in organizing market women and ensuring their voices were heard. in local governance. Her leadership qualities and dedication earned her respect, not only among traders but also within the broader community. The Tinubu Fountain was inaugurated as part of an urban renewal initiative aimed at beautifying Lagos Island and preserving its rich history. It serves as a reminder of the importance of trade and commerce in Lagos, which has historically been a commercial hub in Nigeria. The fountain's design incorporates traditional elements that reflect the culture and heritage of the Yoruba people, blending artistry with functionality. The fountain is more than just a decorative feature. It is an architectural marvel that captures the essence of Lagos history. Designed with intricate carvings and motifs that reflect local artistry, the fountain stands as a symbol of pride for the community. Water flows from its structure, symbolizing life, growth, and the prosperity associated with the trade. The surrounding area has been landscaped to create a serene environment, making it a popular gathering spot for both locals and tourists. The Tinubu Fountain has become a focal point for cultural events and celebrations in Lagos. It serves as a venue for community gatherings, festivals, and even political rallies, further cementing its status as a landmark in the city. The fountain not only represents the legacy of Abibatu Mogaji Tinubu, but also embodies the spirit of resilience and entrepreneurship that characterizes the people of Lagos. Today, Tinubu Fountain stands as a testament to the enduring impact of Abibatu Mogaji Tinubu's work. It symbolizes the empowerment of women in commerce and highlights the vital role of markets in Nigeria's economy. As Lagos continues to grow and evolve, the fountain remains a reminder of the city's rich history and the contributions of those who have shaped its narrative. In recent years, there have been calls to enhance the surrounding area and ensure that the fountain is well maintained, reflecting a collective desire to honor the past while looking towards the future. As a monument to trade and community, the Tinubu Fountain continues to inspire new generations, reminding them of the importance of resilience, advocacy, and community spirit in shaping a better tomorrow. In conclusion, the Tinubu Fountain is not just a historical site, but a living testament to the power of the community and the legacy of a remarkable woman. It represents the ongoing journey of Lagos as a city of commerce, culture, and resilience, making it a cherished landmark for all to visit. Happy Independence Anniversary. Eko ni bàjẹ́ o. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Temple Barra. But first, the major headlines. Now to the details of the news. The federal government has announced value-added tax exemptions for essential energy products, including diesel, liquefied natural gas, compressed natural gas, and electric vehicles. Finance Minister Wale Edun stated that these measures aim to reduce living costs, enhance energy security, and support Nigeria's transition to cleaner energy sources. The VAT Modification Order 2024 introduces these exemptions as part of a broader initiative to stimulate economic growth. Additionally, Waledu noted that tax incentives for deep offshore oil and gas operations have been introduced to position Nigeria as a prime destination for global investments in these sectors. Edun stated that these reforms, aligned with President Bola Tinubu's policy directives, underscore the administration's commitment to fostering sustainable growth in Nigeria's energy sector while improving its competitive standing in the global oil and gas market. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo will be the chairman of a high-level agricultural workshop taking place in Kano State, Nigeria. The workshop will focus on the agricultural transformation using Kano State's Agro-Pastoral Development Project, which is funded by the Islamic Development Bank. The workshop, organized by Sasakawa Africa Association in collaboration with the Islamic Development Bank and the Kano State government, will be held between October 7 and 8, 2024. The theme of the workshop is Agricultural Transformation and Worth Works.
At least 20 state governors, including Jigawa, Kaduna, Oyo, Ogun, Enugu, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom, as well as Benue State, among others, are expected to participate in the workshop, while representatives from 10 African countries are also expected. Representatives from the Islamic Development Bank headquarters in Jeddah and Sasakawa Africa Association leadership from Tokyo and USA will join former President Obasanjo at the Kano State Government House, as well as a field tour. Members of the House of Representatives have rejected the Commander of the Federal Republic Award conferred on the Speaker, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Members of the Green Chambers reaffirmed their commitment to the constitutional principle of equality between the two chambers of the National Assembly and called for the elimination of all practices that suggest otherwise. They maintained that the Speaker of the House is a co-leader of the legislative arm of government and this must be recognized and respected in all respects. The resolution of the House was sequel to the adoption of a motion titled Multi-Partisan Motion on the Inappropriate Discrimination Against the House of Representatives and the presentation of the chamber as inferior to the Senate. Moved at plenary on Wednesday by Honorable Philip Abese and co-sponsored by the 235 members of the House of Representatives moving the motion, Abese said the National Assembly is constitutionally established as a bicameral legislature comprising two equal chambers, the Senate and the House, as stipulated in Section 4 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, with both chambers operating within a framework that ensures the legislative independence and equality of each other. Abese called for an amendment to the National Honors Act of 1964 to appropriately recognize the Speaker of the House of Representatives as a co-head of the National Assembly and accordingly confer the national honor of GCON upon the Speaker, ensuring parity in recognition with the President of the Senate. He also suggested that this should be accomplished before the formal declaration by Mr. President. French energy giant Total Energies has announced plans to increase its oil and gas production until 2030 as it seeks to reassure investors about its fundamentals. CEO Patrick Pouyanné revealed that Total Energies raised its growth forecast in oil and gas production to about 3% to a year until 2030, led by liquefied natural gas, and after the launch of 6 major projects this year in Brazil, Suriname, Angola, Oman, and Nigeria. LNG is highly coveted in Asia and by Europeans who have sought to compensate for the drastic drop in Russian deliveries by land since the war in Ukraine began. The firm's forecast is up from the previous target of 2 to 3% per year until 2028. Pouyanné justified the prolonged rise by pointing to the natural decline of oil field production and the rise in global demand for oil. Total Energies said it intends to develop flexible, renewable electricity from wind and solar, aiming to produce more than 100 terawatt-hours of electric energy by 2030, with 70% coming from renewable sources. Oando PLC has achieved a significant milestone as Nigeria's first indigenous international oil company, with its valuation reaching $4 billion. The company is expanding its operations to the exclusive economic zone of Sao Tome and Principe, reinforcing its status in Africa's oil and gas sector. Led by CEO Wale Tinubu, Oando has cultivated a robust portfolio of onshore and offshore assets, holding interest in over 16 licenses for exploration, development, and production of oil and gas, with more than 200 wells in production and a dedicated gas line to Eleme Petrochemicals. Oando has solidified its position as a key player in the industry despite challenges such as pipeline vandalism. Oando reported a profit after tax of 74.7 billion naira in 2023, driven by increased trading volumes and strategic partnerships.
The acquisition of SOUQ marks a transformative moment for Rwanda, allowing for enhanced production capacity and setting the stage for future diversification into clean energy and infrastructure. The Renoving Development Initiative has called for a total reform in mining and exploration activities by foreigners in Nigeria, especially in Awe and Uke district of Nasarawa State. The Managing Director of Renoving Development Initiative, Philip Jakbo, during a press briefing at his head office in Lagos, stated that foreigners' mining activities in these districts has heightened environmental degradation with pollution, increased insecurity, and the exploitation of underage girls becoming more pronounced in Cairo local government area of Nasarawa State.
Revenue is generated, although we won't say we gain too much from solid minerals going to the national purse. We have a lot of illegal mining activities going on, so a lot of these revenues that you enter the national purse actually goes outside, Chinese firms and other foreign firms. The impacts are similar to what is happening in the oil and gas sector, where we have a lot of communities already in ruins because of reckless extraction that does not respect the environment, respect the people, and the rights of the people to determine how their environment should be used and managed.
He noted that the lives of Nigerians in these communities are valuable and precious, hence the group is calling for justice and requesting that the foreign nationals behind these practices be made to face the consequences of their actions. Jakbo also stated categorically that the National Assembly has been petitioned through the Chairman House Committee on Environment, while calling on the Federal Ministry of Mines and Steel Development to collaborate with such initiatives that will promote awareness on the dangers of unapproved mining activities and to encourage accountability in the mining sector.
I think the local leaders should eschew greed and fight for their people. What we've seen across board is, and of course this is how these mining companies and the extractive industry works. It is about divide and rule. Identify some vocal community people, empower them financially, and use them against their people. But on the long run, it backfires, and so we have division in community, we have people fighting and killing themselves, and then while that is going on, the extractive companies continue to, make millions, billions, and it all leaves the community, and the community is left in ruins. The people's relationship is fractured. So we anticipate that with what we are doing, we are going to have community leaders and work with community leaders who believe in their people and are ready to fight for their people, so that they have not only a safe environment, but in the case of violation, environmental justice. To be able to work.
We'll now bring you news from across the African continent. Please stay tuned.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Glad to know you're still tuned in to News Hour on SOUQ News Television. ECOWAS Parliament has insisted that women's financial inclusion and investments be prioritized to boost female entrepreneurship and economic empowerment. Speaker of the Parliament, Memunatu Ibrahima, emphasized the importance of addressing the challenges hindering West African women's progress. Ibrahima stressed that women should have access to essential resources like bank accounts, loans, and investment opportunities to reach their full potential. ECOWAS aims to make a financial inclusion a fundamental human right and a pillar of economic equality. This requires collective efforts to drive policies promoting equity and removing obstacles facing women. The South African Reserve Bank is set to revolutionize the country's financial landscape with its new payments ecosystem modernization program. Announced by Governor Lester Kgagago at the 2024 Payments Conference, this initiative is described as the most ambitious since the launch of the South African multiple option settlement system over 30 years ago. The PEMP aims to create a public payment utility to enhance digital payment infrastructure. Although cash remains the predominant payment method, recent SOUQ surveys indicate a growing reliance on digital transactions. Nkayago highlighted that excessive cash use can hinder financial management, particularly for women managing family finances. The initiative aims to increase inclusivity, catering to all South Africans regardless of their economic status. Drawing inspiration from successful systems in countries like India and Brazil, SOUQ intends to secure the digital payments landscape while ensuring that existing infrastructures are effectively integrated into this modern approach. We'll now shift our attention to stories trending in the Middle East. Israel has declared United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres persona non grata and barred him from entering the country, criticizing him for not forcefully condemning Iran's recent missile attack on it. Israel's Foreign Minister Katz stated that Guterres had failed to condemn the attack on Israel by Iran in strong enough terms, reflecting broader Israeli anger at the United Nations. Despite Guterres' condemnation of previous attacks and calls for a ceasefire in Gaza, the Israeli government has accused him and other UN officials of not sufficiently criticizing attacks against Israel. However, the United States and other governments have condemned Iran for the attack and expressed their support for Israel amidst the escalating tensions, with the Security Council holding an emergency meeting to discuss the attack and the threat of a wider Middle East war. Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has condemned Iran's missile strikes on Israel, urging an end to the cycle of escalating violence in the Middle East. Speaking to the UN Security Council, Guterres called for an end to the deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence, referring to the ongoing hostilities between Israel and Iraq-backed groups in the region. Guterres' remarks comes after a recent fallout with Israeli authorities who declared him persona non grata in the country. Moving on, oil prices increased on Thursday as escalating tensions in the Middle East raised fears of potential disruptions to the global oil supply. Brent crude rose by 1.27%, reaching $74.84 a barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude climbed by 1.41% to $71.09. The rise comes amid heightened hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, fueled by Iran's missile strikes. Market participants are monitoring the situation closely with concerns over possible disruptions to oil flows from the region. Despite these tensions, some analysts remain optimistic about the global supply. U.S. crude inventories unexpectedly rose by 3.9 million barrels, suggesting a well-supplied market that could withstand potential disruptions. Meanwhile, OPEC Plus has spared capacity that may cushion any loss of Iranian oil, though there are concerns about the group's ability to handle a wider supply shock if attacks spread to neighboring oil-producing countries. The market remains volatile as investors await further developments in the Middle East and their potential impact on global energy supplies. The gold price has experienced a fresh wave of selling after bouncing back from the $2,641 area, and it's now on the defensive as the European session begins. This shift is largely driven by the US dollar's recovery, which is continuing and has reached a 3-week high due to reduced expectations of aggressive policy easing by the Federal Reserve. The strengthening dollar, combined with robust U.S. labor market reports and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's hawkish remarks, has tempered investors' enthusiasm for gold. However, escalating tensions in the Middle East, including Iran's ballistic missile launch and Israel's retaliatory strike, have capped the gold price's decline. This geopolitical uncertainty has led to a cautious market sentiment, with investors seeking safe haven assets. As we look ahead, Thursday's U.S. economic docket featuring initial jobless claims and ISM services PMI and Friday's non-farm payrolls report will be key drivers of gold price movement. From a technical standpoint, gold is expected to remain bullish with potential resistance. We'll now bring you stories from the foreign scene. Glad to know you're still on to News Hour and SOUQ News Television. On the foreign scene, the Spanish Composite Purchasing Managers Index PMI rose in September 2024 from the previous month's 53.5 points to 56.3 points. Activities in the manufacturing and service sectors experienced a 10-month growth. PMI is an economic indicator that measures the health of the manufacturing and services sector. It's based on monthly surveys of private sector companies that ask purchasing managers about a variety of topics, including new orders, production, supply deliveries, inventories, and employment. Economists use PMI to anticipate economic trends and predict the economic health of a country. It's also used as an alternative to official data, which can sometimes be of poor quality. In August 2024, the PMI in Spain rose to 53.5 points from 53.4 points in July, but dropped between July and June 2024. Meanwhile, the PMI in Italy as of September 2024 declined to 50.05 points from 50.80 points in August 2024. Between August and July, the PMI also dropped from 50.80 points, up from 50.30 points in July. The service sector contribution is valuable for the growth of any economy. The European Union is investigating the algorithms used by YouTube, Snapchat, and TikTok, focusing on their potential role in amplifying systemic risks related to elections, mental health, and minor protection. This inquiry falls under the Digital Services Act, which aims to hold big tech companies accountable for addressing illegal and harmful content. The EU Commission has requested detailed information from these platforms about their content recommendation systems and the measures they have implemented to mitigate the spread of harmful content, including hate speech and illegal drugs. TikTok has been specifically asked to elaborate on its strategies to prevent misuse of its platform and manage risks associated with elections and civic engagement. The tech firms have until November 15 to respond, after which the EU may impose penalties. This scrutiny is part of a broader initiative by the EU to ensure online platforms are accountable for their impact on public discourse and user safety. TikTok, already under investigation for DSA compliance, expressed its commitment to cooperating with the Commission. The ongoing dock workers' strike on the U.S. East Coast and Gulf Coast has resulted in a significant buildup of container ships waiting to unload, with at least 45 vessels anchored outside affected ports. The International Longshoremen's Association launched the strike involving 45,000 port workers to negotiate better pay and protections against port automation. Employers represented by the United States Maritime Alliance have signaled openness to new talks, potentially paving the way for a resolution. The White House is urging port owners to increase their pay offer to secure a deal. The strike's impact is being closely monitored, with economists noting that consumer prices may not immediately rise due to accelerated shipments in recent months. However, a prolonged stoppage could eventually affect prices, particularly for food items. The National Retail Federation and trade associations have called for federal intervention, but the Biden administration has declined, emphasizing its support for the union's demands. As negotiations continue, alternative routes such as diverting to West Coast ports are being considered. Experts predict that resolving the congestion could take weeks or months, highlighting the importance of finding a timely solution to ensure smooth operations and minimize economic disruption. The United Nations Central Emergency Response Fund has released an additional $5 million to address urgent needs in flood-affected states of Nigeria, especially Borno, Bauchi, and Sokoto. This funding comes amid a significant increase in flooding that has impacted over 1.2 million people across 31 states, resulting in more than 300 fatalities and extensive damage to crops ahead of harvest season. UN Resident Coordinator Mohamed Malik highlighted that floods have exacerbated existing food insecurity, particularly for vulnerable populations already struggling due to economic hardships. The funds are expected to provide essential support, including food, clean water, sanitation, and shelter for approximately 280,000 people. In addition, the CRF funds will help bolster healthcare access and mitigate the spread of waterborne diseases like cholera. The allocation complements a prior $6 million funding from the Nigerian Humanitarian Fund, emphasizing the urgent need for further resources to meet the overwhelming humanitarian need as the situation continues to evolve. Emerging market currencies are expected to stabilize or experience moderate adjustments in the next 3 months, following the U.S. Federal Reserve's decision to maintain quarter percentage point interest rate cuts. After significant giants against the dollar in recent weeks, currencies such as the Chinese yuan, Thai baht, and Malaysian ringgit may experience a slight correction, while others like the Indian rupee and South African rand are forecast to remain relatively steady. The dollar is projected to hold steady, influenced by rising geopolitical tensions and investors seeking safe haven assets. The outlook for emerging market currencies is influenced by factors such as China's economic stimulus measures aimed at achieving 5% growth and the upcoming U.S. elections. Analysts remain cautious but acknowledge potential benefits from China's growth and commodity market development. The forecast suggests a mixed performance among emerging market currencies, with some experiencing minor losses while others maintain recent gains, reflecting the complex interplay of global economic factors. The Japanese yen is experiencing a decline. Comments from Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who met with the Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda on Wednesday. Prime Minister Ishiba stated that he doesn't believe that the current environment requires further interest rate hikes, leading to a nearly 2% drop in the yen's value against the US dollar. This significant decrease marks the largest drop since February last year. Japan's economic revitalization minister Yosei Akazawa emphasized the importance of thorough economic assessments before considering another rate hike, aligning with BOJ's board member Asashi Noguchi's stance on maintaining loose monetary conditions. The US dollar to Japanese yen pair is trading around 146.80, with analysis suggesting the strengthening bullish bias as it tests the ascending channel pattern. The 14-day relative strength index has moved above 50, confirming the bullish trend's continuation. Key resistance levels are at 147.21 and 149.40, while support levels are at 144.60 and 143.20. Geopolitical tensions in the Middle East are supporting the US dollar. The Federal Reserve's recent rate actions and Chairman Jerome Powell's comments on gradual rate decreases also influences the market. Moving on, Nike has reported a 10.4% drop in quarterly sales growth to $11.590 billion, leading the company to withdraw its annual revenue forecast. The announcement coincides with the impending leadership transition as Elliott Hill prepares to take over as CEO from John Donahoe, triggering a 6% decline in Nike shares during aftermarket trading. The company's stagnant growth has been attributed to increased competition from more agile competitors like On and Decker's Hoka, leading Nike to withdraw its annual revenue forecast to allow Hill the flexibility to access the company's strategies and develop plans for the future. Nike anticipates a sales drop of 8% to 10% in the September-November quarter, exceeding analysts' predictions of a 7% decline, with Hill's primary focus being revitalizing Nike's wholesale partnerships, which had diminished under Donahoe's leadership. As Nike prepares for this pivotal transition, the coming months will be critical in determining the company's ability to reclaim its footing in the competitive sportswear market. I'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll bring you news from the world of sports. Stay tuned. In sports, Egyptian football icon Mohamed Salah has made history by becoming the all-time leading African scorer in the UEFA Champions League, following his goal in Liverpool's 2-0 victory over Bologna. Salah netted a record-breaking 45th goal in the competition during the match held at Anfield, surpassing the previous record of 44 goals set by Ivorian legend Didier Drogba. The game saw an early goal from Alexis McAllister in the 11th minute, assisted by Salah's skillful cross. This victory marks Liverpool's second win in the Champions League campaign, following the challenging 3-1 triumph against AC Milan. Salah's impressive achievement adds to his career total of 217 goals with Liverpool, further solidifying his status as one of the club's greatest players. And that's all we've got for you on News Hour today. Do stay tuned for other interesting programs. I am Temple Barra, and on behalf of the editorial crew, good afternoon.
The Economic Forum Media Limited and Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited have jointly organized the Nairametric MSME Award to recognize and celebrate organizations that have made impact in the micro, small and medium enterprises MSME sector. The event, which was held on September 27, 2024 at Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, also received sponsorship from MasterCard and 15 other established partners to make the event colorful. The award ceremony was essential to the continued growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in the country. The CEO of Economic Forum Media Limited, Jude Ndo, and CEO Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited, Ugodri Obichukwu, described MSMEs as the backbone of Nigeria's economy, highlighting their importance to the nation's GDP. The technical advisor on enterprise development, Dr. Babangida Kabir, represented the governor of Katsina State at the event. Other dignitaries include the executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, SOUQ Adedeji, Banks, Group Head, Brand Management and Corporate Communication, Rashid Bolariwaju, among others. There were representatives from banks, fintech companies, job creation organizations, Answer Mansard, and many more stakeholders.
This award, we strongly believe that the opportunity to create a platform to promote MSME ecosystem is just at the right time. This award is curated, conceptualized and conveyed by the Economic Forum Series in a strategic partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprises. The award is a hybrid event where other participants are joining us online across the social media digital platforms. We will begin with some goodwill messages from our special guests.
SMEs are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, and at Nairametrics, we have been covering Nigerian economy for almost a decade now. We focus mostly on MSMEs. MSMEs, as we all know, contribute 50% of our GDP and employ over 80% of our workforce. With over 41 million SMEs in Nigeria, we represent the spirit of innovation, resilience, and determination that propels Nigeria forward.
The representative of Katsina State Governor delivered the goodwill message and outlined initiatives aimed at empowering MSMEs.
Programs like this award is an inspiration to all of us to continue expanding our opportunities for the businesses to grow, adopt, compete in both national and the global level. I want to commend all the nominees and award recipients for their remarkable contribution to the development of our economy. You represent the spirit of enterprise that pays a tremendous of significance, but you are wearing determination and creativity to ensure that the future of the SMEs are brighter in Nigeria.
The Vice President Customer Solutions Center and West African at MasterCard, Kari Tuko, during the fireside chat outlined the impact made by MasterCard in driving equitable access to financial challenges. She explained the MasterCard is out to make the MSME's transaction seamless.
And aimed mobilizing access to digital economy. It's a global initiative that pulls NGOs, government agencies, pulls a lot of global assets together to solve for the pain points that SMEs have in the local market. We have jointly committed to including 100 million SMEs into the digital economy by the year 2030.
Please can we put an announcement for that, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear that?
That focus will continue to work together, and we start to identify relevant partnerships in Nigeria that could also further foster that agenda. My dream is SME, all SMEs are financially included, digitally included, are enabled with the right tools, capability, access to credit. I remember that the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the FIRS mentioned tax, right? Part of the reason why a lot of the SMEs don't want to be digitized is because they don't want the cost of tax burden. So we need to find a way to ensure that we are collectively helping the SME run their business in the most efficient and profitable manner. And that is the commitment that MasterCard is making in the way that we continue to develop solutions and innovate for the SMEs in Nigeria and across Africa.
And then it was time to give out the awards. First on the list was the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Timitola Adekunle Johnson, who received the honorary award for excellence in government policy and intervention programs for MSMEs. While the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malam Diko Umaru, received the Best MSMEs Governor of the Year. The United Bank of Africa, EcoBank, and Zenith Bank shared the award for Best MSMEs Trade Finance, while MasterCard, Visa, and Verve shared the award for the Best MSMEs in FinTech Card. Remita, Paystack, and eTransact claimed the award for Best in Payment Security, Data Protection, and Fraud Prevention, and many other recipients expressed gratitude to the organizers for the recognition. SOUQ News caught up with the SSA to the President on MSMEs and job creation in a short conversation.
It's fulfilling when you get recognized not by the norm, not by those that when you get recognized outside your space, it means that whatever it is, whatever efforts you're putting in is yielding results. I mean, there's always room for more, so we'll continue to strive, to excel, to continue to do more for the MSME space. But I feel great, and I thank the organizers of this award. Any entity or any private sector or anywhere that wants to do something like they want to encourage them to continue to encourage both MSME actors, should it be the business owners or those regulators. It is actually good to continue to encourage and support them in what they are doing. So we urge more people to do things like this.
One of the key achievements in the enterprise development ecosystem for my governor is creating Katsina State Enterprise Development Agency, which is the agency championing the empowering the small-scale businesses in the state.
These partnerships are crucial not only for the recognition of excellence but for providing the necessary resources for MSMEs to thrive in an increasingly competitive and digital global economy. By spotlighting the contributions of these key players, the award encouraged more innovation, investment, and collaboration within MSME ecosystem. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News Television.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, no, let me say, it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they were killed because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again, we want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure, but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because you have some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have. But that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times, a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem you have for us there is that he created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still want that new government now, they should give them more states. That is not good. Population will be rising up. And we know I have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in SOUQ, a place that I will pay from there to Ushodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Ushodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse. Then you already know that we are live on SOUQ News, and here we are all about positivities. So face your day, get all the information, good, bad, whatever. Once you get here, you detox. Then you get on SOUQ Pulse, then we talk. We're taking it a notch further and telling you right now is a crime to keep quiet. So on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. So go ahead, get your friends. It's talk time. For a while, people have celebrated beautiful things, innovations, inventions, good business, good deals. Some even celebrate loans. Then some celebrated oil exploration. Some celebrated the discovery of solid minerals. Then the celebration had some K-leg if you live in Nigeria. Now that's where we are heading to. We will talk things that have come out of things that are supposed to be a blessing. Still a blessing in some certain places. And we will talk. And we also want you to join us and talk about this. This is SOUQ Pulse. Like you know the basics. Here we talk. It doesn't matter who is favored, who is not favored, who is blessed, and who is looking forward to that blessing. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. And today we will talk. We've got a very short break. And now we'll break down our topic word for word and get to invite our guests on the program today. We are blessed to have players in that particular sector, people that are talking and keep talking. So don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back in your face.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and here we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Now let's try and go back to some time past. Now the discovery of oil brought a whole lot of joy both to the nation and the communities that were told that there is something beautiful under the ground in the land of their fathers and those of their great-grandfathers. But now over time, that joy has turned to something we might not be able to explain. Because when you ask, have they really profited from what is coming out from that particular ground? That is a story for another day that they only can tell. Now we've seen this happen with oil over time. We've seen the degradation. We've seen the loss of farmland. We've seen the loss of livelihoods down to lives. We've seen the environmental impact crude has done to those particular places where that exploration is happening. Now we are in another boom called solid mineral exploration. So in one word, mining. And Nigeria is also blessed. And communities are also celebrating the discovery of several minerals under their feet. Same ground that belonged to their grandfathers and those before them. Now, joy is gradually turning to things we might not also be able to explain. So that is where we are heading to. We are asking ourselves this direct question. Solid mineral mining and the environment. Who exactly is watching? Are we going to wait and see the repetition of the circle that happened and still happening with crude to these host communities with solid minerals being mined in Nigeria? So that is where we are heading to. We want a situation where both explorer, mining company, host community is happy, where every single one contributes and the nation can smile. But is that where we are right now? So SOUQ Pulse is going to talk, and talk we will. My name is SOUQ, you know the remaining. And your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the program today, Mr. Philip Japo. This is the second time, so I'm quite excited. He is the executive director of Renevlin Development Initiative, Friends of the Earth. He's an environmentalist, and they are looking and showcasing issues coming with mining. That's what we're heading to. Also joining us on Zoom is Barrister Chima Williams. He is the Executive Director of Environment Defenders Network. So we are going to talk. Sir, welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Good. So the first time was on Zoom, and today
physical.
You're live. So to every member of the crew that made this possible, we want to say thank you very much. So we always head and hit it straight. Mining is here. Mining is with us. Mining is supposed to add to our GDP, give us jobs, make our economy better, and also develop the communities where they are. But as we speak right now, how profitable is it to the host community first?
Thank you. I think a good place to start is where you started. You talked about oil and gas, the expectation, the joys that local people in Omibiri felt when oil was discovered in commercial quantity in the late 50s. Within a decade, and then two, and subsequently, the expectation, the joys that they had started fading. Why? Their rivers were getting polluted, their farmlands were getting polluted. They also started noticing that the company that came with smiles suddenly shut its doors to them. They cannot even complain without the harassments that will go with it. Unfortunately, the same scenario has started playing out in communities where solid minerals extraction is going on today. Nigeria is blessed with abundant supply of natural resources, solid minerals, lithium, the latest, gold, lead.
Has always been there.
It's scattered all over the country. Virtually every part of the country is, especially in the north. But like I mentioned earlier, now we've started seeing the same situation playing out. Most of the mining companies going beyond their designated areas designated for mining, encroaching into communities, and in a subtle way, or sometimes forced, displacing local people.
In a subtle way or sometimes forced.
Sometimes
who
forced.
Is forcing who?
Well, when you live in a community and every now and then there's rock blasting without notice, and the rocks fly and land on your roof.
When you say rock blasting, I think you need to define rock blasting.
Okay, when in the process of mining, for instance, limestone,
okay,
the mining companies use dynamites,
okay, to blow up things.
To blow up rocks, okay, and then dig what they want or get out what they want. Now, in some places, of course, they give notice to the community that we're going to do it by 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. And unfortunately, what we have in this dispensation in our country, across the country, different parts of the country, is that this is happening indiscriminately, even without notice. So you're in your house, suddenly there's this earth-shaking blast, and then suddenly you see the roofs, your building is cracking. Sometimes the rocks injure community members. Nobody needs to tell you that it's time to leave that community.
It's time to leave your own native land. Okay, let's welcome Barrister Chima to this conversation. Barrister Chima, I hope you're with us.
Sure, I'm here, my brother.
This is SOUQ Pulse, and we welcome you. Now, he has given us an intro and told us this particular, I won't call it a story, is an example of people that have to leave their own fatherland because of mining activities. But now let's go straight into it. Who is causing these issues the more? Is it the legal miners or illegal miners?
Well, of course, you know that legal miners will take precautionary steps in their mining activities. But the illegal miners, because they are stealing as thieves, they will not take precaution in whatever step they are taking. Their interest will be to, steal the resources as they get it. So you see that those are the ones that will do their blasting without announcement, without letting anybody know. They will operate nicodemously, and they will steal the resources. So those illegal miners, mind you, there's a difference between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, so those illegal miners, they can be mining in a very large quantum, but because they do not have procedures guiding their activities, because theirs is to quickly grab and disappear. So they will not take steps to ensure that standards are followed. So those are definitely the illegal miners. They are the ones that destroy. They are the ones that steal. They are the ones that does not pay anything to anybody. Rather, they bribe their way through some people, through some military officials, those that are supposed to protect and defend the community people. They pay them to harass the community people on their behalf. And at the end of it all,
some of these allegations that you are dropping down here, hope you know we are not just national, this is an international channel. Some of these allegations, do we have evidence to back them up?
Of course, there are a lot of evidence everywhere. Okay, I can point out to you that
the one that you have, because you are the one that is speaking right now,
that there was a time that the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment in Akwa Ibom State summoned illegal miners, Chinese illegal miners, and they were sanctioned. So we know about this. The people that are involved in these sharp practices, they do not want them to be known. Okay, so you can. I have conducted a research on a Chinese company that is supposed to be operating in the Niger Delta. Of course, the address they gave, while we tried to trace that address, we were taken to a seaside. Okay, so the end point of the address they gave to us, the roads, ended inside the sea in River State, in Port Harcourt. So when we speak, we do not speculate. We say about things that we have empirical facts about.
We will definitely ask for this evidence that you have and also get to see it and also publish it. That is for sure. But now let's look at the illegal miners you're talking about. Do we have more of these illegal miners localized or people from outside this country?
Well, of course, when you talk of illegal miners, because of the resources that are needed for their operations, they are mostly the foreign agents. But of course, partnering with local agents and local people to do it. That is why I drew the distinction between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, because artisanal miners are people that are known, and they may be from some of the areas, from the communities, who sees these resources and take them, to eke out a living. So, and we have been advocating that the artisanal miners should be gathered, just as we have been advocating in the petroleum sector, that they should be allowed citizens to have modular refineries, which will be licensed. Of course, the cadastral zone, the cadastral office is supposed to have a record of both artisanal and large-scale miners. But the record that definitely they won't have is the record of the illegal miners, because they do not want to be known.
These illegal miners don't want to be known, but they are working day after day in these particular communities. Let me come to you. Then who exactly is assisting them? Somebody somewhere is giving them that impetus to work, and helping them take something out.
So I want to commend what Barrister Chima mentioned, because that is very, very important. That is the foundation of where the challenges are. Now, I want to draw an example before responding to your issue. I think the Ministry of Solid Minerals 2 months ago arrested some Chinese nationals in Nasarawa State.
Doing what exactly?
Collecting lithium. So they set up a lithium collection point in Nasarawa State. When they were arrested and interrogated, the government learned that they were registered as an agro commodities firm now doing illegal mining in Nasarawa State. They were arrested. They were Chinese nationals. Now back to your question, the response. Of course, we know that these people with the resources needed to do those kind of things, these people cannot come into any community and do those things without some collusion. The collusion with even possibly officials of Ministry of Solid Minerals. Collusion with traditional rulers in some of these communities, of course. That is happening.
Allegedly.
Well, there are many cases where it has gone beyond allegation and proven that they have dealings. Even the engagement we had yesterday, people from the communities where this ruination of the environment is happening, they confess that the traditional rulers are involved in these things.
The traditional ruler in their community.
In their own community. So you can replicate that across board. No company can come into a community and start doing those things without some form of, permission.
Okay. Somebody somewhere is shielding somebody somewhere
is benefiting from what they are doing.
Okay.
Somebody somewhere is being settled.
That's like the West African word. Somebody's being settled.
But
who is losing?
And that's where I'm going. Now, these things can only happen because the proper oversight, the proper monitoring, which government is supposed to do, is not being done, or some people are just looking the other way around because they are also benefiting.
Okay, now let's look at the communities. Let's come back to the effect of this, not just illegal mining, but the degradation of the environment. To what percentage do you know communities that are directly affected? Not from crude, but let's look at solid minerals now.
Well, I must confess that, for instance, when it comes to gold mining, lithium extraction, lead mining and extraction and processing, virtually every community where extraction is going on, these kind of pollutions are there. The first time I visited a community involved in mining activities was in 2009 in Jos. 2009. I was in a community, I think the area is a Barking Ladi. And this is the same situation. Farmlands belonging to people, miners encroach and ruin those farmlands. People even, because they ate with all this blasting and unnecessary digging, sometimes the earth just caves in. People are just walking and they, sinkhole, they go into the ground. Things like that. That is in Barking Ladin in Jos, Plateau State. I've also been to Zamfara State, where in 2010 and 11, kids died from, about 300 kids died from lead poison.
Now, that's one particular one that got me thinking. Was you mentioned mining of lead. How informed are people that lead itself is very poisonous?
I can go the whole hog, this story, because I visited the communities in Bukuyum. I even visited the general hospital where some of the kids who were suffering brain damage as a result of their interaction with these solid minerals, the exposure to the dust affected them. Now the problem, and this information is one information that may not have come out extensively. The problem, what caused that problem in Zamfara State, Bukuyum, and environs, was because Chinese miners came with this innovation of small grinders. Of course, they grind these the rocks from which you extract the lead. The Chinese miners now created small grinders, shared it into the communities. And so the community people take the rocks to their community, they grind,
They grind close to the home.
Close to the homes. I saw these things, their images. I took pictures. And then you see dust everywhere. And of course, for little children, it is from hand to mouth. So these children will play around these communities and then they touch these things and his mouth. And that's what caused the problem in 2010 and 11, because I was there in 2010 and the follow-up in 2011. And the Chinese were also responsible because they were the ones that created those small grinders.
If we say this person is responsible, that person is responsible, what about people within the locality?
Well, in the case of Bukuyum, that is Zamfara scenario, one thing I came away from that visit was the fact that a lot of the local people are ignorant to the fact that even lead is poisonous to kids.
But so, somebody somewhere somebody somewhere is paid. Somebody somewhere allowed them to come in.
Of course.
So these are also people who need to also get to find out.
Layers.
Okay.
They are layers. In fact, I couldn't. That community is about 4 hours from the capital, Gusau. Those areas are the same areas today that you cannot even penetrate because of banditry. And the origin of that banditry is this illegal mining. A lot of the local communities where this thing was going on, the miners, they arm some boys because somebody somewhere on top allocated this space to this man, allocated the other space to another man, allocated this space to another man. And so this man must protect his territory the same way the other one will protect the territory, and the third. Now, when these boys are not mining, they use those arms to terrorize. That was the origin of the problem. That is the origin of the problem in Zamfara State.
Okay, Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you now. I hope you're still with us.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Let's get it from this other angle. What exactly is driving this mining activity with no concern for the community people?
Of course, it's a very simple answer. The quest for maximization of profit before human beings, because they do not care about the inhabitants. And as Philip had mentioned, it is that the resource that is under the feet of citizens that people are collecting that is creating the insecurities in our communities, because the people must have to be forced to leave their environment so that excavation and mining and collection of, these scattered natural resources in solid minerals term will be collected. So they are doing this because they want to maximize profits, and they don't care who pays for it and the price that is paid for it. So it is not the business people who are involved in this thievery that our own concern is on, but the regulators and their allies, their collaborators from the communities. Because definitely there is no way a stranger will enter into any community and start doing such type of, business without the knowledge of somebody in the community or somebody in the state. So if the regulators, if our governments do what they are supposed to do, to monitor, to police, to secure the lives and livelihoods of citizens, which is the primary responsibility of government, perhaps this type of scenario may have reduced, if not eradicated at all. Okay, so
it may have reduced or eradicated, but now let's look at it from this other angle. The wheels of government most likely grinds very slow around this side of our divide. But now, if I am a member of a community where this is happening, from your experience, what do you think those communities can do in the interim?
Yeah, of course. Vigilance is key to self-protection. Now, the community citizens, if they are vigilant and they identify strangers in their communities, and there is nobody from the community that is involved, then it becomes an easy task Because one is that they can use their own local, security system to chase those people away. Or they can make complaints, they can report such incidents and such perpetrators and people involved to the security apparatus of states. And of course, they can make a report to the Minerals and Mining Office through the Cadastral Office to say that, look, please check. We are seeing these people in our environment and we believe they are not licensed, so they are stealing the resources of the nation off our feet. Can you check that they are illegal operators so that collectively we can chase them away? So this
While
will
they
be
try
the
to collectively
responsibility.
chase them away, is it possible that people that are also legally licensed to do this craft, to do this exploration, to do this mining, are also part of the pollution? And if yes, what can the community do in that sense?
Yes, in that case, okay, because they signed some documentation. Okay, there's the CDA agreement, the Community Development Agreement between the company that is a legal operator and the communities under the Minerals and Mining Act of Nigeria, that, if the people know who is perpetrating, they can make a formal report against such company, first to the company itself, that, look, we have observed that you are not doing this in the right way, and our people are suffering because of this and this and this. Okay, and with that, you have laid a foundation for a formal complaint to the Ministry of Mining, Minerals and Mining, to investigate the activities of this. And once such investigation is conducted and they are found wanting, I think the law provides in sanctions, including imprisonment, terms of imprisonment, fines, including withdrawal of license and the rest of it. So if they are operating legally, chances are that they can be called to order. But the worst case scenario,
if they are operating legally, chances are that they can't be called to order. Now, before we go on a break, just in 2 sentences, I'll be coming to you second. But first, let me come to the studio. In this scenario, what can organizations like yours do, or what are they doing to assist these communities? Now, let's break it down. When we say communities, it's like far away. To assist these people.
Well, I think what we should do is what we are doing. First of all, we go to those communities, help document these infractions, and then amplify the voices of the local community. That is why we are here. Yesterday, we had a press briefing where we were talking about Abuni community in our local government area of Nasarawa State, and with the district.
We will be coming to that after the break. Let me come to you, Barrister Chima. Now, from all indication, you sound more like an enforcer when it comes to this side. So what exactly is your own organization doing to make sure that this, going beyond the people now, these human beings don't leave their fatherland?
Yeah, of course, we are involved in, first and foremost, trying to identify with the problem of the people and let the people first understand that this is a problem that they are facing. And then we support them in petition writing, if that is needed. We support them in terms of taking legal steps to stop what has been going wrong and to reverse it.
Now, we are going on a short break, very short break, and we will return and continue this conversation. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse, and we wish we had 2-3 hours to talk about this, but let's not keep quiet. Someone will be saying, okay, it's somewhere far away in Nasarawa State. Later, we'll get to talk about and ask questions. How does what is happening in Nasarawa State affect you that is in Lagos, or you that is in Ebonyi, or you that is likely going to Jakpa?
Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are looking at the mining boom that is currently happening in Nigeria, and we are seeing and asking questions stemming from the environment and the devastation some communities are facing. So we are looking at those particular people and we are asking ourselves, who exactly is watching? It might not be your brother, but who is watching? It might not even be someone that you might ever meet in life, but exactly who is watching, and how do you think it's going to affect you? Because it affected Ogoni, it affected Rivers, it affected a whole lot of states in the Middle Belt, in the Niger Delta. Rivers are polluted all the way to the north from something that is happening hundreds of kilometers away. Now it is solid minerals. And our guest made a mention of a particular one that is being taken from the ground that most people might not really know. But lead is not just poisonous, lead is carcinogenic. And not just even to the child that is born, to the one that is yet unborn. But these are all minerals that will develop a nation depending on what you use it for, or who you sell, or what you turn it to secondary or tertiary product after getting the raw materials. But how is this exploration done? And the host communities, which is where we are dwelling on today, how are they coping? My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I still have Mr. Philip Jackpot here, and I have Barrister Chima here, and we are talking. So should you. Now let's go back. Where should we direct advocacy to? To communities
or to the activities themselves?
Well, I think our advocacy targets the government, and it is deliberate. None of these mining companies go into those communities without getting some license, federal, state level. So if they are to be sanctioned, of course, it is the same government that will sanction them. So our advocacy at that level on sanctions, of oversight, and things like that is at the government level. But the advocacy, like you rightly heard Barrister Chima also say, that we are doing at community level is to get people to be united, to speak with one voice. We start first of all with educating them. Sometimes the response of community people to this is either through violence, which will not address any problem. Sometimes, in fact, those violence is instigated so that the community can face military repression, and then for the miners, it is business as usual. We have seen it in oil and gas. We saw it in Ogoniland, where the people, for protesting against the despoilation of their environment, many were killed, many were hounded, and fled their community in the 90s, preceding the murder of the late playwright Kensara Wiwa. But for the oil companies in the Niger Delta, that is also a strategy. Once the people are displaced, once the people leave, it is business as usual. So we will never recommend community people taking to violence. But then systematic approach to challenging the impunity of these miners. And it starts first of all, and that is what we do, is education. The people have to report the state of their environment. The water used to be clean, but now it is no longer clean. And how did you determine that the water is no longer clean, or safe for consumption or other uses? Is through laboratory tests. The miners, the corporations involved in this business, they are systematic in trying to break down resistance. So you have to also be systematic in being able to document what they are doing to challenge them. Barrister Chima mentioned something about taking them to court. You take them to court.
Why we are being systematic in also addressing this issue? Let's also look at places where these things are, but they're not started exploring it. Barrister Chima, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Going from what Mr. Philip has said, let's look at communities where the discovery is there. They have the solid minerals, but exploration has not started. Nobody has brought in a digger, dynamite, or a shovel to dig one single strike. What lessons should they start taking from what is happening to other communities that have this issue now?
Well, I think it is something of, when you look at what has happened or what is happening to the others, you will remember that if you allow it come to your own community, the same fate will meet you. Even though some communities think that it is a blessing for them for resources to be extracted from their communities. But at the end of the day, when the stock is taken on cost and effects of such activities, the communities are more ripped off than they were before. So this is where the resource cost syndrome emanates from. And for us, we are thinking, and as we enlighten the people, is no, resist. Do not allow unknown extractors to come to your community. Even those that are licensed, both in the petroleum and the solid mineral sectors, those that are licensed are causing havoc and harm to the environment. What will be the fate of the people and their environment where illegal activities begin to occur? So for us, it is that, look, today we are talking of climate change, talking of climate impacts. And most of our communities are frontline communities that, because of such resource extractions that are taking place in their communities, they are dangerously exposed to impact of climate change. So we see flooding, carry babies, carry old men and women, carry houses, destroy farmlands, destroy fish farms, destroy people's source of livelihood, put people in penury, and nobody comes to their aid, not even the government. Because in some occasions, the government...
Why we keep this particular line and chain of thought, I want to also ask you this. This is where we always have issues when it comes to discussing things like this. Who should we hold responsible? At this point in time, who should I call? Should I say, okay, my state governor, you are responsible for this? Or those representing me at the National Assembly, or the oil company, or those chiefs, or Eze, or Emir, or Oba from my place? Who should we start holding responsible? Or the company themselves? Because we need to start pointing fingers. Who should we hold responsible?
Yes. Yes. As a starter, we should hold our government responsible and accountable to us. Because
there are people in government. So who is the person in government I should hold responsible?
In a state, you should hold the governor first and foremost, primarily, because he is the chief security officer of the state. And during campaign, he promised to protect and preserve citizens' rights. And when that fails to occur, means that the governor has compromised, and the members of the House of Representatives, Senate, House of Assembly, councillors that are representing the people have also failed. So, but you know, if you start from the head, it will make the legs and the hands to, you know, respond quicker. So if you start actioning against the local councillors or local government chairman or the House of Assembly members, leaving the governor, leaving the president, leaving the ministers, then it means that you will still be running round and round and round. And those perpetrators, they will come, they will flash documents and say they have authority from above. Who is that above? So by the time you hold those ones, if our regulators regulate, if our executive executes, and our judiciary do the right thing, and our legislators, you know, why we don't talk so much about legislators is that in most cases, it's not because we don't have laws in this country. It is because that those that are supposed to execute those laws do not take us serious. So you see where the problem is. Now, if you go
why we look at where that problem is and look for how to solve it and keep talking about it, not just in our closed doors, but openly. Let's now ask ourselves this question. I'm coming back to the studio, sir.
Yes.
To what extent is this degradation, these communities that are losing lands, farms, and their means of income, what impact is it having on first their local economy and the national economy?
Well, for the local economy, people who have been blessed by nature, blessed by God, to have the resources that can transform not only their own local economy, but also the national economy, do not benefit from it. These things are carted away from their communities. Their rivers are polluted, their streams are polluted, their farmlands are ruined, their livelihoods destroyed, some deaths occur, no benefit. And then for the national economy, when the extraction going on at this level, at the community level, which is supposed to add to the pool, going to the central purse, is not going there, but going to some private pockets or outside the country, then we will remain in this state of underdevelopment. It is as clear as that line. But unfortunately, in all this, there are just a few people, private people, who are benefiting from these things, and the generality of us are losers. Because, like I mentioned when we started this discussion, this nation is blessed. It's almost like God, in his infinite wisdom, dispersed natural resources to every part of the country. There's no part of the country that does not have one or two natural resource, especially solid minerals. Every part of the country. Now you could imagine if we had proper harnessing of these resources for the good of our nation. Nobody will be talking about just oil. We'll be talking about all the natural resources we have, and we'll all be better for it. Our people's life and well-being will be improved.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that's not the situation.
Let's also look at this now. With oil came a boom. With oil came land being lost. People that were gainfully in farming sector and farming, most communities were into that. They didn't even have land to do the farm anymore. Now we are having the same thing play out here. Lands are being lost. The pictures that you were showing us the other day, we saw, you couldn't even identify that this place used to be a farm before. To what extent are we seeing this contribute to food insecurity?
Oh, in fact, you've hit the nail on the head. Now, most of our people are subsistence farmers. They farm, they consume some of what they produce, and they sell to feed their families, to send their children to school. With these kind of illegal mining activities going on, with the ruination of their land, it is affecting them negatively. And this whole thing translates, and it's not happening only in the north. In Enugu, coal mining is still going on. And most locals in the state don't know. They only know that every day trucks leave Enugu, head towards Onitsha. They don't know what is being conveyed. It is still happening. Limestone in Ebonyi State is happening. So it's just like it's a marketplace where everybody goes in, grabs, and disperses. That's what's happening. So the local people are worse off for it, because they are subsistence farmers and their environments are being ruined. So they are subjected to eternal poverty.
Okay. This is not the note we want to end on. And this is not the note we will end on. Now, let's turn these tables. Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you. Let's turn these tables. If you happen to be in the position of authority where you are telling us to hold people responsible, what will you do differently, like now?
Thank you very much. If I am in position of authority, the first thing I will do will be to enlighten the people. Enlighten them to understand the do's and don'ts, what they can do themselves to protect themselves, and what they can do when they cannot protect themselves by themselves, to get the ears of those of us that are in authority to hear and listen to them. Now, with enlightenment comes mobilization. A people mobilized who understands the issue and the reason why they should move will not sabotage the efforts. Okay? And practically, as a person in authority, I will have a listening ear, and I will place the citizens whom I am superintending over above the profits that anybody will make, including myself. Because once you are taking responsibility, you are placing yourself as a servant of the people, not for the people to serve you. Okay? So you serve the people will serve you in return. So we have all the crises and the troubles that we have in Nigeria today because those that we elect turned around to become lords and make us their servants, when they are supposed to be our own servants and we being their lords. So reverse becomes
because
the case.
We don't demand for justice, we don't demand for accountability. We are the ones that give them that particular right to do what they are doing.
Yeah. You are right, because if we do not make demands, they will continue to do whatever they are doing. And this is where we think that Nigerians coming out to protest against bad governance was a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and use this opportunity to tell those in government to release whoever had been arrested in connection with the protest, because that is a fundamental right.
While that plea of yours will still be heard, let's come back home, because I'm looking at the clock and we are almost out of time. Now let's come back to the presentation you made. Very, very few sentences. Now, the last part of it was talking about homes losing their younger girls to minors. or people coming in for business in this particular place. Now, is this a problem or an issue of moral decadence?
I won't use that word, moral decadence. Now,
were the younger girls taken from the home by force?
Well, look at the community that has been impoverished.
Okay, poverty, money.
There's no government presence.
Okay.
No government presence. No hospitals. No schools, and you have mining merchants who come with expensive phones, who throw cash around, and you have these girls from these poor homes who are vulnerable.
Okay.
So they are victims of the system.
The younger ones
Yes,
are victims.
They are victims. So
of the system.
It's a vulnerability because of what the system has done to them.
Okay, now if you are within that particular community,
yes,
and you can't change things, what exactly will you do?
If I'm in the community and I can't change things,
and you can change.
I can change things.
Yes.
Well, just like Barrister Chima mentioned, the starting point is educating people.
Educating the parents, or the elders, or
parents,
the girls.
yes, the parents, because they are children, they are minors, they don't understand this language.
Okay.
But you see father, so we start with the parents, and then we target the traditional institution. What you are enabling in some cases is going to create a massive problem that the community will not even be able to carry later. I mentioned the issue of Bukuyum. When the mining activities were going on, some people were benefiting. Today, those communities are almost vanquished.
Everybody's on the run.
Everybody's on the run.
At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible?
Right now.
Okay. Barrister Chima, I'm also trying to end with you with this particular question. At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible? Be it the artisanal miners, be it the local miners, be it the foreign miners, be it the legal one and the ones that have a license. At what point in time should we start holding them responsible for excesses on the environment?
Of course, like yesterday. They should have been held responsible.
To everyone that has been part of this particular production today, we want to say thank you. To the crew behind the cameras and the control, we want to say thank you very much. And to our guests, thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Barrister Chima. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackpo, for coming.
Thank you, my brother.
Now, this is more of a closing. This is way shorter than a monologue. If we don't take care of this today, is that same monster that we will cry about tomorrow. It is our problem, and we must stand up and solve it. Every single person representing you, from the councillor to the local government chairman, to those in your state house of assembly, to those in the government houses in the state and the federal, hold them responsible. And to the one you see every day in your village, your Oba, your Kabiesi, your Eze, your Emir, in your community, if they are producing or exploring or mining, hold them accountable. Because if we don't do that now, you will definitely lose that land. If you don't lose it by force, you will lose it because it becomes unproductive. And we are responsible. Tomorrow, you will leave your community and look for another community to go and live. And there will be a problem because they won't let you, because the land there is not even enough in the first place. So we must secure our environment and take responsibility ourselves. My name is SOUQ. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Idumota Market, Eko Idumota,
Once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in Songo, a place that I will pay from there to Oshodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Oshodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it. Let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo ru ṣókódàn tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀, à ń rà ní 4,000 but things to be 5+. Ó ti yé yín, gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́, èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ́.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe, ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí, oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání, èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa, owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn, tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀, agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀, àwọn onílé tá à ń gbárù èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan, iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù, kí ìjọba wa kán bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know it's a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just manage it everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mine. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That is what I have to say.
1980 to have finished school. But now, even though to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people was complaining, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jakonde, beat house. Now, to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president want to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transport station in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.